Despite the position this boy was in, he continued to stare defiantly into the eyes of his abusers as if he was superior to them. Did he not think that these scum would continue to beat him up? In fact, he knew very well that if they let him live, he would pass the exam tomorrow and follow the path of the gods. Afterward, he would keep them in fear. These guys behaved like this because they were close, with a person who was on the path of the gods, but they weren't sure if they should have gone that far. A lot of people had heard that this guy had high grades, which meant he had a good chance of going the way of God. Lee Chen was 100% sure that he would enter university on the path of a god. To imagine that these boys won't even get paid for their accomplished task. They'll extract this small debt for their boss, but they'll only incur the wrath of a future genius themselves. Was it worth it? Lee Chen, so be it. They wouldn't be offended if they let him go. Indeed, the matter was risky for the guys, because if Lee Chen became a god, their boss probably wouldn't protect them. The decision was made quickly. The guys decided not to risk their future but warned that if Lee Chen showed up to them, they wouldn't spare him next time. Lee Chen was an ordinary traveler, but one day he was thrown into this world about 10 years ago. From then on, he was just trying to survive. As one could observe, his life was full of misery. Every day he had to get by as best he could. There were different situations, and not all of them were pleasant, but one thing remained the same. Lee Chen simply could not afford to be sad and angry at the world. In this world, almost anyone could be a god, and if there were gods, there were demons. For 1,000 years they had invaded this world, hoping to take it over. Ordinary weapons were absolutely useless against them. It was impossible to fight back with them. So only the gods could resist the demons. Over time, people began to trust the gods more, and faith only strengthened the power of the gods themselves. But today, gods were not only given faith, but also resources, money, and power. Gods and goddesses enjoyed their privilege and took advantage of it. They did not try to hide their faces, and confidently showed themselves in front of people, for they had once been the same. Hence their inherent desire for fame. In front of you is the god of poverty of Changtinya district. This year he was elected to represent the gods. He considered it his duty, and the duty of all gods, to protect mankind, for that is what they existed for. But for that they had to train and learn, for his duty, the duty of the gods, was to create a better life for the people. The speech, as always, was simply superb, but it in no way matched the real thing. Ordinary people lived in places where life was not sweet, and the gods did not keep their promises. Li Kong's father once seriously indebted to common gangsters, but when he returned home he saw an inscription from the government. Now it was logical to guess that the bandits and the government were in cahoots. But the young man was fed up with it all. There was only one person in Li Kang's family, or rather the only one he recognized, and that was his father. The father loved his son very much. Before he died, he collected money for Li Kang to study. The father had a last wish for his son to enter the University of the Way of the Gods, and afterward he flew to heaven, leaving such a will and money to do so. After this, Lee Chen couldn't disobey. He studied hard to enter this university. Thanks to the money his father left behind, Lee Chen didn't think about anything but studying. He hadn't become a god yet, but he was able to overcome the theory. A little while later, Lee Chen found out that this money was borrowed by his father. Fortunately, Li Kong's endeavors and his high grades should have been enough to get into this university, even though he wasn't a god. Tomorrow is the entrance exam, but in the meantime he has some work orders to deliver. But in his haste, he couldn't even linger on the news, which told him that there was a monster invasion in Chanting. The god of rain and electricity were supposed to descend to Chanting to save the people. Work never waited. So despite the bad weather, he diligently continued to work hard to provide for his food and other needs. But no matter how hard he tried, his order flew out and catching him would be difficult. All this commotion was interrupted when he saw two silhouettes unknown to him in the sky. Li Chen had never seen something like this before, so of course he was shocked. The goddess of rain and the god of electricity arrived in this god-forsaken neighborhood as promised. Despite their immediate problems, the goddess still didn't understand why she had been sent to partner with such an old man. In fact, the god of electricity was not that old. He was only 80 years old. He happened to be studying programming, and as a result, he had gone bald. But what did it matter now? You had to do your task. Demons didn't discuss such nonsense, they just attacked. A battle broke out between the god of electricity and a demon. Everyone was confident in their abilities. But who would prevail in this battle? There was a strong wind at the bottom. Li Chen finally found out that the god of electricity and the goddess of rain were here, which meant that there were also demons here. The god of electricity would not give in and struck with all his might, though he was surprised to realize that the demon still stood confidently after his blows. He didn't want to accept help from his little sister, and she didn't interfere, until now. She was very annoyed when the god of electricity called her sis, which was probably why she decided to specifically resist his request as if to express her annoyance. To think, the gods fought while ordinary mortals suffered. Even the nailed pillar couldn't withstand this battle. Lee Chen no longer had anything to hold on to. The rain goddess wanted to get rid of two at once. The god of electricity and the demon. She didn't care anymore because her pride was hurt. The god of electricity was taught by his mom to call older girls that, but he couldn't call the rain goddess his sister. Behind their times, demons infiltrated the city more and more and created havoc there. Half of the residential neighborhood has been demolished. Faith levels would drop again. Gods were just useless. The point of believing in them after something like this. Although the electricity god seemed like he was lucky, but really, if he hadn't ducked, he would have been hit. So what if he died, but Vera wouldn't have fallen? At this moment, Lee Chen realized that the gods were just enjoying life, not like him and other people. Their strength had never helped Lee Chen. On the contrary, it only made things worse. If he had that kind of power, maybe things would have been different. Would he now really not fulfill his father's last wish? Lee Chen did not take the path of the gods and become a god. His father had once dreamed of being a god himself, so it was no wonder that he had passed on such a wish to his son. If the father had been a god, he would have been able to protect his family, but this way he couldn't do anything. Lee Chen, under the oppression of these memories, didn't want to die. Life flowed into his mind and soul. His father's wish let him breathe and continue his journey. It was as if his desire to live, his desire to become a god, could no longer be contained in an ordinary body and burst out, illuminating the entire poor neighborhood. Despite the strife between the gods, the demons were still weaker. For invading and weakening faith, they were condemned to death. It was very easy for a goddess, not even ashes left. She possessed a powerful force, but despite that treated it as a given. The god of electricity thought that although Sis wasn't a great pagan goddess, she was gorgeous. It seemed as if the rain goddess was ready to pounce on the god of electricity. But it was not meant to be, for Lee Qian's gust of desire had trapped the entire environment, including the gods. The rain goddess immediately recognized the god's awakening light. It couldn't be confused with anything. But the ray of light dissipated very quickly. During the coronation of a new god, a ray of divine light appeared and absorbed the power of human faith. The longer the beam shone, the more powerful the god would be. Everyone wondered what this new deity was, but as soon as they wanted to fly up and look at him, the new god went somewhere, though they seemed to have flown to the place where the light was coming from. The rain goddess immediately noticed the beam abruptly disappear, which meant it was the weakest god. But how did that happen? Lee Qian was surprised to realize that he was still alive, although he thought he had been killed in the battle between the gods and the monster. It was hard to believe, but it was even harder to reconstruct the archaeology of the events. He went from a strange gray place to an unusual space where light shone everywhere. This place looked like pure chaos. It was as if Lee Qian had moved into the world of the Pangu universe. No longer trying to remember the past, he tried to breathe in air that wasn't here. It looked like some kind of illusion. Or maybe he really wasn't here. Lee Chen shockedly speculated that maybe this was his death. He hadn't been killed earlier, but now he would suffocate here? The only thing the young man wanted to do was to breathe some air. With the realization that this was simply impossible, he realized that he was dying. But a sudden gust of wind out of nowhere seemed to chase away those nasty thoughts of death. Lee Chen was happier than ever to be able to breathe and speak. What could be better? The wind was strong, but that pleased him. With realization, he noticed that as soon as he wanted air, there it was, as if at his command. It seemed fantastic, but to find out the truth, you had to check it out. Then he stopped the flow of the wind, and the wind truly submitted to him. Was this world really changing according to his will? Things seemed far better than they could be, so he decided to check further and discover this chaos. In this space, Lee Chen had control over everything. He felt like a true god. All his thoughts were immediately realized as soon as he thought about it. This place was really unusual. It's like the mythology of his past life where Pangu created heaven and earth. If this was a myth, then why wouldn't Lee Chen follow this myth if it was quite possible? So he decided to create paradise, or rather to discover it for himself. That, and indirectly worked as well as the previous attempts. The huge cloud had turned into some sort of portal that extended a path specifically for his god. But something was not right here. The clouds didn't look heavenly at all as Lee Chen wished. Suddenly he realized that this was the storm he had last seen on Earth. And yet this storm had been created at the beginning of the creation of heaven and Earth. But it was very strong, which means paradise was created. God's second step would be to create the Earth itself. Be that as it may, Lee Chen was still a human after all, and had only recently become a deity. The formation of the Earth was very comforting to him. But this volcano looked very tired, which strained him. Every moment recovered wider and wider, as if nothing could calm this lava any longer. In fact, something had to be done, but it was a little late because the lava had already broken through. Lee Chen had completely lost his sanity. His body began to be dominated by the instinct of self-preservation. But that wasn't very reasonable considering Lee Chen's new abilities. The lava swallowed him up, but he didn't want to die. He stretched as hard as he could to get out of the hell he had created. In general, he should have already died and burned alive in this chapter. But since he was a god, he panicked for nothing, because he had a defense that protected him from many calamities. This was the world he was meant to create. Lee Chen was already resting, floating in the lava as if it was an ordinary sea. He had never thought that creating the world was very difficult, and yet it was worth it. Even if he woke up now and realized it was just a dream, it might have been the best dream ever. It took quite some time before he woke up. He realized that everything he had experienced was reality, but how he had managed to get out was hard to answer. Before he could think of it, his attention turned to the strange orb that hung in the air in front of him. It was as if all his recent memories of past events were frozen in that ball. As soon as he touched that ball with his index finger, something popped up in his mind. This moment was so fleeting, but it told him more than he needed to. For this chaos realm was Lee Qianya's god realm. God's kingdom is a privilege that only powerful gods have been granted. If a god is powerful enough, he can turn part of the world into his domain. In them, he could control absolutely everything, including the weather. Living on this land provided the god with power, which he also received from people's faith. As soon as he realized all of this prototype realm fell right into his body, as if marking Lee Qian's belonging. But above all else, Lee Chen could control this realm and easily let it out. This time he did so to finally make sure that he had a god realm. How happy he was that he had managed to do it and kept his promise to his father. His father must have been proud of him. This realm was enough to become a deity, not to mention passing the university entrance exam. But if you think about it, the elements of possessions usually related to the office of the god. For example, the possessions of water gods are usually related to water. Just then, Lee Chen realized that he didn't know what element he was, which meant he didn't know what god he was. He remembered a few lessons from middle school, which meant he could ask his teacher about it. New day, new lessons. This lesson was to prepare the disciples for the examination for the path of gods. Once they were on the path of becoming a deity, they would have 9 paths. Lee Qiang in turn had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After all, the exams were tomorrow, and he needed to understand how his possessions worked. Some 3 gods had the most difficult path of formation. This path required not only strength, but also human faith. The god of martial arts strived to reach the pinnacle of martial arts to become the world's most powerful. The gods of glory and faith had to build temples to attract believers and become stronger. But the students were constantly distracted, and distracted Lee Qiang, who was focused on the teacher's words. With his monologue, the neighbor at Lee Kang's desk caught the attention of a girl named Zhao Sakura, who was already ready to respond to all of these outbursts. Any word spoken to her neighbor sounded to her like a call to fight. But as soon as he saw the girl's mood, the student immediately pretended as if he hadn't said anything. After making a small remark to the 3 students, the teacher continued his story. There were other gods besides these 3, gods who needed a pact with nature. The most typical elemental gods, for example, god of electricity, rain, fire. However, these 3 gods were very dangerous and had to be close to nature. From his observations, Lee Qiang could tell that they were not only dangerous, but also extremely powerful. Not everyone could follow this path. To summarize, Lee Qiang couldn't control neither fire nor will, so he couldn't be an elemental god. There were other gods that were quite easy to become if you tried hard enough. For example, to become a god of fertility, you had to have a certain number of children. To become a god of wealth, you had to have a certain amount of wealth. The discovery of God's kingdom is what every deity has been striving for. The god realm is part of the god, and all life there is protected by the god. This meant that the god could use all living things in his domain as sources of energy to increase his power. Lee Chen was a completely ordinary person, so where did the god realm come from? He raised his hand, hoping to find out from his teacher. Based on the teacher's words, the God realm is a cultivation place for gods. The teacher could also add that when a deity created its own domain, it continued to increase its strength. In a neighboring country, there was a fertility goddess with the highest degree of fighting power, but she was not a very powerful fighter. But suddenly, she created her kingdom. And after that, the increase of life around her accelerated by leaps and bounds. Because of this, the birth rate in her realm increased, and the incredible amount of life force in her realm increased her power. The goddess of fertility had enough power to resist the god of war and the god of martial arts, thus the god realm helped. All of Lee Chen's guesses were confirmed, for it didn't seem like his strength had increased when the realm appeared. Living in the domain produced energy, but it was still a very meager amount. This was because Lee Chen's domain was still ruins and had no life. That was why he couldn't feel anything. In other words, if he created life there, he could use the realm for his own cultivation. Immersed in his thoughts, Li Kang didn't notice how he started to show his emotions. But when the teacher caught him in a question, he had to reply that it was all the excitement before the exam. In any case, this was the last lesson. The teacher sincerely hoped that the students would pass the exam on the way of the gods, for he would do everything in his power to do so. The lessons were over. It was time to prepare for the exam and to pass it without fail. Li Chong was completely lost in thought, immersed in his own thoughts, but he was suddenly interrupted by his neighbor who called out to go together. Of course, it was not without jokes. Worried Gao Ming decided to address Zhao Sakura. Today was the last day of school and something he wanted to ask the girl. If Zhao Sakura suddenly decided to choose the path of fertility for herself, Gao Ming could help with that. It would seem that a classmate wanted to die for proposing such a thing to the most combative girl in the class. It was annoying, but it would be boring without it. Returning home, Li Chang could notice the open door of his house. Immediately the thought ran through his mind that it was burglars. Such an assumption made him very angry, and thus gave him the strength not to be afraid, and to enter his home boldly. But when he went inside the house, he did not see the robber but Sumo Shin, who he did not expect to be there. Sumo Shin knocked for a while, but no one answered her. Thinking that no one was home, the girl entered. Li Chang realized everything. The parents were fighting again. He understood that each family was unhappy in their own way. So he allowed Sumo Shin to hide in his house for a while. The live-in girls mumbled. It was clear she was completely hungry. Noodles were the last thing he had at home from food, and so easily he gave that food to his guest. She was a special guest to him. Of course, he treated her as his sister, so he spared nothing for her. Before taking up the food, Sumo Shin wondered what sibling would eat if this was the last meal. Li Chen couldn't fool himself that he wasn't hungry because his stomach was rumbling too. Sumo Shin gave the noodles to her brother, because she knew that he had an exam tomorrow, so he could use some food. Li Tsong is taking the exam tomorrow, but got into such an awkward situation because of the noodles. This is how his 18 years of life are passing by. In order for the girl to still accept the food, Li Chang made her promise that she would enter the University of the God's Way. She of course believed him. On top of that, he also promised that when the enrollment letter and scholarship came, Li Kang would definitely take Sumo Shin out to eat. It was an unusual promise and a matter of honor for someone like Li Kang. Sumo Shin was happier than ever. Of course, she trusted her brother. She must have felt much happier with him than with her siblings. Li Qiang, as he had decided in advance, began to prepare for the upcoming exam. The first thing he did was to curb his god realm. Right now, his domain was very empty. There wasn't even any life there. Although he had heard before that even a god could create life out of nothing, the volcanoes were solid, the lava itself illuminating the darkness. And instead of vegetation, there were only rocks. Everything had to go in the correct order of the appearance of life. Before creating life, God must create the right environment, and only then life. Li Ken's domain had earth and heaven, but the one important thing was missing. Water! There wasn't a drop of water. Even with God's great desire, no stones, no fire could create vegetation and develop life. Rain couldn't extinguish the lava. Then how could the environment be improved? Li Chang was in a hurry and wanted to find a way quickly. And then the way found itself. The water bottle was the very solution to his problem. He hoped that he could add this water to his domain and thus advance his world. Li Chang wanted to see some result, but he didn't expect this. A tiny drop of water was like an entire tsunami, and this tsunami threatens to engulf the very god of this earth. Li Chang was completely bewildered that such a tiny drop in his realm had become so huge. Will this drop of water from outside destroy his entire kingdom? It can't be! Li Chen's possessions were very small compared to the real world. But that didn't mean that a drop had to destroy it altogether. The sky was shattering into pieces. It seemed as if the world was about to collapse and nothing could save it. As the kingdom belonged to Lee Chen, he himself was also collapsing. A real panic enveloped him inside. His kingdom was collapsing before his eyes, and all his efforts were wasted. But he wasn't going to give up. It was only water, though there was a lot of it, but he had the determination to deal with it. Getting his rage and panic under control, he finally found a solution to this problem and raised a mountain from the ground to resist the water. The pillars wouldn't be able to hold up for long, but still his idea worked. Li Kang was now deservedly looking at this beautiful view that extended to his entire realm. It wasn't easy for him, but it was definitely a success. Li Chang looked at this land as a god, as a father who really had to put in the effort to cultivate such a thing. Gradually plants began to sprout there, for now there was soil for it. From small sprouts sprouted huge trees that grew to their full potential, for there was nothing to hinder their growth. They adorned the life of the kingdom with their presence. The world created by Li Chen was beginning to heal him and give him new strength to create a new life. But what kind of life it would be depends only on him. It is 8 in the morning, an important examination of the God path today. It is an important day that will decide Li Kang's fate. He didn't even remember when he fell asleep. The last thing he remembered was that he had managed to create a tree in the realm. He sincerely hoped that trees counted as life too, but he wasn't sure if it had worked. Yet the changes were not only internal, but external as well. When he took off his shirt, he could see the abs, the slim shoulders, the muscles in his arms. But before, his body had been so flabby and skinny. He couldn't believe what he was seeing now. Of course, he wasn't much of a sportsman, and it was unlikely he would have gotten in such shape overnight. It was logical to assume that it was the work of the living organisms in his realm. Li Tang will be able to enter the University of God's path. He can also officially become a god in a short period of time, marry a rich girl, be at the peak of his life. Thinking about all of this made him very excited. But there was no time to dream anymore. The alarm clock was ringing for the 6th time. The exam would start at 9 o'clock sharp, and he hadn't even gotten ready. Little Sumo Shin fell asleep at Li Chang's house. Her parents were very irresponsible. But before he woke up the girl, he noticed a ring of light around her, although he also thought that it was just his imagination. When Li Kang woke up the little girl, the ring around her body had disappeared. On the way to the exam, he forgot about the ring, but when Sumo Shin saw him off, the girl noticed a black ring around her brother. She didn't know what it meant either. Li Chang ran as hard as he could, because such a small amount of energy he had gotten from his realm had increased his strength to such an extent. His stamina was so great that he could overtake a car without any problems. The university was about 15 minutes from his house. He didn't even need a bus to get to the exam on time. No sooner had he arrived than someone was already displeased with him. Liang Kun was angry at Li Chang for blowing smoke up his ass, although it was strange that this guy was even talking to Li Chang. Liang Kun thought he was the only one capable of entering the University of God's Way, so he decided that he could despise anyone. Li Kang and Liang Kun were classmates, but the former was so arrogant that he demanded an apology for the past. Li Chang in turn was annoyed by the fact that his classmate was constantly taking advantage of his status and making everyone look ridiculous. Why was he so sure that he would be the only one to get in? He didn't have a concrete answer. His hands were itchy, and he was willing to fight Li Kang even though the examination of the God's Path was coming soon. The people watching from the top of the building were laughing at these brats, to think of fighting in the middle of an exam. The girl understood, though, because they were just teenagers. The director suggested to his interlocutor to go to them and show these guys how to behave. They could not be allowed to get into trouble. If that's what the principal said, that girl didn't mind doing his bidding. As soon as she said a word, everyone turned their attention to her. Her appearance was something pleasant and beautiful, but by no means annoying to the prospective students. Li Qian was surprised to notice the radiance emanating from this girl. He was observing something like this for the first time. It was no wonder he was looking at it like an enchanted man. This girl was the goddess of grace. She radiated a divine energy that made people feel calm and inspired. Her presence was filled with confidence and beauty, which gave her a special charm. Everyone under the influence of the presence of the goddess of grace felt strangely relieved. Everyone's mental state improved, especially Liang Kun. The presence of the goddess of grace also had a positive effect on Li Chen. He was surprised to notice that this light could restore moral energy and relieve physical fatigue. Suddenly one began to realize that this girl seemed or looked very familiar. This girl was actually a graduate of the University of the God's Way. The Goddess of Grace wished everyone good luck and gave them rainbow blessings. The goddess was sure they would meet again on the path to divinity. The appearance of the Goddess of Grace inspired everyone. No one remained indifferent to such a bright personality. It was enough for her to appear for a minute, as many already liked her. But the exam didn't wait long. All the students were forced to immediately gather on the track. The Goddess of Grace couldn't even think that she herself would gain power just by helping students. But the Goddess of Colors guessed that the Goddess of Grace would definitely do something in front of the younger students, but thought that if she did so, surely all the boys would fall in love with her. But would the Goddess of Flowers be sure to help them and not the other way around? The Flower Goddess was quite aggressive and could have some influence on others. Once the students gathered, the teacher officially opened the exam. The examination of God's Way had 3 stages. The first was physical fitness and the test of strength. The second stage was the test of divinity. The third stage is the cultural test. Physical education and the trial of strength starts now. Lee Chen used to have the worst results at this stage, but now his body had become stronger, so he expected the best possible result, which he didn't doubt for a second after such an improvement. When the race began, the boy instantly rushed forward, focused and determined. He was like an arrow piercing the air with unrelenting speed. Soon he passed his rivals, covering every meter with ease and energy. Inspired by the atmosphere of the race, his heart was beating to the beat of his desire for success. And when he reached the finish line first at 1.5 kilometers, his face was lit up with a winning smile, and a sense of triumph and satisfaction burned in his eyes. But this was not the end. Lee Chen had no problem lifting weights and barbells with weights several times heavier than himself. His strength surprised not only his classmates, but also his teachers. Li Tong also became the first in the high jump. His classmates couldn't even understand when he became so good at sports. Of course, they couldn't accuse him of cheating either, as they had seen it all happen before their eyes. Now came the test of strength. He had to hit the machine that was in front of him as hard as he could. Thus, the machine would measure the strength. Li Kong was focused, his thoughts and energy directed to the moment of impact. With tensed muscles and full concentration, he powerfully struck the car with his fist. The sound of the impact reverberated off the walls of the machine and beeped to indicate the strength of the impact. His score was 137 points, the highest score in recent years. Everyone present was delighted, for it was not every day that one met someone so strong in every discipline. This gave reason to be proud of himself, but the moment of glory was interrupted by his classmate, who also wanted to test his strength. Lee Chen was so preoccupied with himself that he completely forgot about his opponents. But Zhao Sakura had always given him a strange feeling. He felt as if it was born with supernatural power. It was her turn to test her strength. She hadn't stood out much in her previous disciplines. What would she show now? She had to prepare to hit with all her might, but the teacher was surprised to notice that the girl was quite far away. Zhao Sakura wasn't sure about hitting full force. Modern students sometimes asked such dumb questions, but the answer was the same, that yes, you should, for it was an entrance exam. If you have to do it, you have to do it. As the examiner asked, the girl hit with all her might, so hard that the car flew off. Oops, looks like Lee Chen will lose to her here. However, he already had a very good result, so he will definitely get into the university. Based on the damage to the machine, Zhao Sakura's strength was above the maximum allowed. Without any research, the girl took first place in the test of strength, something she was visibly proud of. The Goddess of Flowers, seeing such results, definitely decided that Zhao Sakura would become her assistant. The Goddess of Grace had assumed in advance that her colleague would probably force the girl to do it, though she had never even thought of such dirty ways. But now the divinity test, the most important of the tests, was about to begin. Although students were admitted to this exam based on their overall impression of them, it didn't have much effect on their ability to enter. The most important thing was to know if they had divine nature or not. The divine nature was predestined by the gods, so there was no need to worry. One just had to let nature find its way. Reality was harsh, but Li Kang was glad that he already had a god realm. Gao Ming saw how worried his classmate was, so he decided to support him. But at the same moment, he was asked to be the first to take the test. Now it was his turn to worry. He was literally shaking and pale with fear, unable to control it. As soon as he enters this device, he will feel a pressure that will test the limits of his divinity. His main task is to endure it. In this cabinet-sized appliance, it was completely dark. which Gao Ming was surprised by. But just as he was about to be put to the test, the locker was illuminated by an unusual light that came from the lettering on the floor. Just as the teacher had warned in advance, Gao Ming was wrapped up in a tremendous pressure that he could barely withstand. This pressure was unbearable. Unable to bear it any longer, he simply walked out of the device, unable to torture himself any longer. The examiner had to hold the student down to prevent him from falling. It was very frustrating that the divine powers turned out to be zero. Li Kong thought it was very cruel that one's fate was predetermined from birth. The goddess of flowers was getting bored. A whole hour had passed, and no one had shown their divinity. In her eyes, this exam was a failure. Last year, there was a candidate who got 8 points of divinity. In addition, he was the last one to be tested. The goddesses were curious to see what this girl would demonstrate. Zhao Sakura reacted to the pressure more reservedly than her classmate. But initially, the scores were no different from his scores. It was clear something was wrong with the meter. After all, what was happening outside was completely inconsistent with the score. The screen also showed 0, and it was unclear why that was the case. All the students were also puzzled after all. With such physical fitness results, Zhao Sakura was already fit to enter the University of God's Way. If even Zhao Sakura had a 0, would the whole school really fail this year? It was the turn of Liang Kun, who had managed to obtain 17 divinities. He represented the divine nature of the earth. All of his female fans were ecstatic. They knew that the guy wouldn't disappoint them. After this, his prestige had clearly increased. Suddenly, some disciples realized that Liang Kun was definitely the chosen one, although Lee Chen was still skeptical of him. Passing by, Liang Kun certainly didn't want to miss the opportunity to show off in front of Lee Chen, whom he disliked. It was as if Liang Kun was challenging him. He couldn't wait to see what Lee Chen's result would be. Would he prove his divinity? Now it was Lee Chen's turn. The goddesses immediately took notice of him, for they remembered him as the person who put up a fight. The goddess of flowers had a negative attitude towards him, saying that he should get off and go out and not waste her time. The goddess of grace had a completely different attitude, and hoped that he would be able to show better results. The test had begun. There was no fear, no doubt, no excitement. All of this had been experienced beforehand. Now he only had to show his result, his divine essence, which had been lurking in him since birth, but had only recently manifested itself. Lee Chen, like the other participants, could feel a strong pressure. He realized that if his realm didn't become stronger, thus strengthening his body, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. The screen showed 0. The examiner had already gotten frustrated, because it looked like Lee Chen hadn't passed this test. The goddess of flowers' fears about Lee Chen was beginning to be confirmed even more, thinking that his test was a waste of time. But the goddess of grace had a different opinion. She knew that ordinary people didn't know how to control their divine power. Their divinity was hidden inside their bodies. So there was pressure to understand their bar, which meant one had to look beyond that. It had already been quite some time. Usually in this amount of time, the test subjects would have left the locker, but Li Kang was still sitting there. The disciples were beginning to believe that he had the same incredible strength as Zhao Sakura, or he was just trying. This waiting annoyed Liang Kun, who was eager to compete with his named opponent. Li Chang heard it all as everyone told him, "Don't delay others. Dying there. Hurry up. Don't waste other people's time." But he was focused on his god realm, as if these words were just a cacophony of sounds that had nothing to do with him. The god realm went through his whole body. As long as he had the necessary strength, he could defend himself. Therefore, he didn't want to show his god realm, but it could no longer contain itself in such a small body. Li Chen's god realm burst out, piercing through the sky and finally releasing its energy. It affected not only the wearer himself, but also other people who stood near him. The machine couldn't take it anymore and simply exploded from such power. The machine was surely not created for such a huge divine power. Li Kang was fine, and all the examiners and including the applicants were in the dust and shocked at what had happened, to say the least. The car was shredded to pieces, but the important thing is that the test subject himself was fine. The battered screen showed 70 points of divine power. This score was the best in the school. Before this top student in Changting, there was a guy who had a score of only 8 points. Now the student with the best score was Li Kang. Every applicant was so impressed that they couldn't just admire it and forget it, so they decided to approach Li Tsang, which scared him. They were genuinely happy for brother Li Kang and tossed him up as the winner and the best student. It was a kind of rush of sincere emotion that everyone experienced. 70 points of divinity. Could Lee Chen have ever dreamed of this? Probably not. He only wanted to enter the University of the Path of Divinity with a pittance, but he had never imagined that he would be able to achieve such a high score in the exam. When the Goddess of Grace entered the path of a god, she had already received divine protection, but she never imagined that her school would have such a genius. Among the candidates from chanting, there were only 9 people with divine powers. The girls had only 3 attempts, so the Goddess of Flowers wanted to choose her favorite, and she made her choice a long time ago. Her choice was Zhao Sakura. The girl didn't show divine powers, but she was supposedly born with it, so the flower goddess wanted her. With only 2 people left, who will the Goddess of Grace choose? The others didn't interest her. She decided to choose Lee Chen, but if she couldn't handle him, she had to be with him until the end. After passing the 2 important tests, the 3rd test came, the cultural test of the God's Path. Many people had a hard time with this test. Lee Chen didn't have a hard time with it because he had studied hard before, so this moment came easy to him. He had to not rest until he obtained the God Realm, but he wasn't going to relax now either. Lee Chen was going to do his best. The tests were over. Lee Chen was glad that he didn't get any questions that he didn't know the answers to. He hoped that there was a scholarship here, because then it would be much easier for him to focus on his studies and pay off his debts. He also remembered his promise to Sumo Shin to take her out to dinner. Before leaving, Lee Kong was detained by the teacher. Because of a student like Lee Kong, namely the way he had performed in the test, the teacher was sure that the number of applications to the school would only increase. Such compliments made him very embarrassed. But there was nothing to be embarrassed about after all. He was the pride of the school. Putting aside all compliments, the teacher earnestly warned his student to be careful of others. After all, few will be able to enter the University of God's Way, and they will go to any lengths. Walking down a dark alleyway, Zhao Sakura noticed the petals of red flowers. Soon a few petals turned into several hundred, and surrounded the girl on both sides as if enveloping her. Thus appeared the Goddess of Flowers, who immediately noticed that her favorite was not in the mood. The flower goddess didn't even dignify the honor of introducing herself, as she immediately offered to become Zhao Sakura's maid, in return for which, with the help of the flower goddess, she might be able to become a goddess. The Goddess of Flowers found this opportunity simply unique, and didn't even consider the fact that she might be rejected, or have some other reaction like this. As soon as she came to her senses, she immediately moved away from this damsel, who was shamelessly groping her. There was actually nothing vulgar about this action. Zhao Sakura was just scared, thinking it was an evil spirit. But where would she have seen such evil spirits? The Goddess of Flowers was angry. She came to the girl with good intentions, and she treated her so rudely. The goddess was going to teach her a lesson. But Zhao Sakura simply ignored her. After all, if this girl was human, she had no business being here. The Goddess of Flowers was so weak that even an ordinary schoolgirl could straighten her out. Why would Sakura dignify her with the honor? Lee Kang decided to spend some time in the parka, and until the results were announced, then he decided to explore the God Realm. The progress was small, but to his reality, it had a huge shift. His realm absorbed a drop of water, sunlight appeared, and Lee Kang himself became surprisingly stronger. But now the tree that had sprouted was drying up due to the sun, as there was no rain at all. It looked like its possessions couldn't even handle the sun. Lee Chen began to think of a field-suitable cultivation method and how to improve his realm, but the dark silhouette prevented him from doing so. The sudden appearance of the devil confused the young man, scaring him to death. It was the first time he had ever seen such a creature, so it was no wonder he reacted the way he did. The unknown creature did nothing but stand there, and that was enough to scare the boy. He had just recently stepped into the path of a god, but he hadn't fully curbed it all yet, so now was the perfect time to not let himself get confused and progress in his divinity. Whoever it was bad luck for them to meet Lee Kang, because he wasn't going to let himself be offended. He wanted to defeat this monster with his invisible strike, but it didn't work at all. The monster just stood there and stayed standing. The most surprising thing was that other people besides him hadn't seen these monsters. Watching Lee Kang fight with the air, it was normal that they thought he was crazy. Suddenly he saw people reacting to him. Passers-by started to page him, and a little even startled him. That's when he realized that ordinary people didn't see these monsters. Si Chun is what they were. They were spirits of sorrow, which could be understood from their name. Ordinary people couldn't see it because of its special energy. In this world, in addition to faith, there was a resentment that was just as strong. In most cases, these spirits had no consciousness and posed no threat to the deities, but they still needed to be constantly purified. This was the first time Lee Chang had seen and encountered them. They behaved strangely, frightening in appearance, but they didn't attack humans or deities. Be that as it may, Lee Chen decided to stay away from them. He had to turn his attention to the realm where something was happening. Lee Chen's divine realm seemed as if it had awakened within him and began to react to Jie Chun, and soon the realm had swallowed up every last Xi Chun. It seemed like a joke, but it was true. Things were bad, even though these creatures didn't do anything. Their mere appearance was enough to make them feared. Li Qiang had to urgently return to his realm. When he returned, he could see all the creatures already there. Only in this world, they were much taller, even though they were originally the same height. If Li Qiang couldn't stop them, these devils would simply destroy Li Qiang's entire divine realm with their presence. This house was Li Kong's, which meant this was where he made his rules and could deal with them as he wished. Somehow, miraculously, the tree had swallowed up all of Xi Chun. In addition, Li Qiang had absorbed all the absorbed energy into himself. It was surprising to learn that he could absorb energy from Xi Chun's spirits. These spirits didn't have the power of attack, so it was possible to try attacking them again, with an attempt to banish them for good. His attempts were indeed working. Energy continued to be absorbed into his body. If he could purify all the spirits, it seems he had found an easy way to obtain power. The goddesses met at the same place where the goddess of flowers had stopped earlier. The goddess of grace condemned her friend for losing to some schoolgirl, though she was beginning to make excuses. Because the goddess of grace was sent to look for the goddess of flowers, the girl didn't even have time to talk to Li Qiang. So she wanted to go and find him now, with the hope that he was near the school. Along the way, they noticed some news. The anchor reported that a red alert level was recorded near Chanting School due to thunderstorm. It was advised to take immediate shelter in their homes. But such news touched dubious because the weather was good. There was clearly something wrong. Suddenly, the spirits of sorrow were found in front of the goddesses, who looked like they were already all over the city. There were even more of them than near Li Qian. Surprisingly, the flower goddess was quite calm and reassured her friend. After all, it was just perfume. They behaved as usual. They didn't attack. In general, it felt like they were panicking and running from someone. Meanwhile, Li Chen continued to sit on his favorite bench even though it was already nighttime. He had to pant loudly, as if after a long jog, even though he had been sitting the entire time. Li Kang had absorbed all of Jie Chong's energy in the area during this entire time. It was no wonder that ordinary people were being shielded from it. Otherwise, they scared them at every turn. Plus, there were different kinds of evil spirits. Li Qiang expected that he could quickly increase his divine power by absorbing them all. The street was deserted. There seemed to be no one near Li Qian, but a strange sound made him turn around and see a red monster. It was the red Zichong. Li Qiang had just gotten used to ordinary spirits, but a new one had just appeared. One that could also make some sounds. Something unusual was happening. Zichun, like the other spirits before, was just standing and watching. But still, he didn't look like a spirit with good intentions. And he soon proved it by attacking the protagonist. Li Qiang didn't even have time to react to these attacks. It was all very sudden. But all the monster had time to do was to push Li Qian away. The invisible golden shell that formed around his body protected Li Qian in time, and prevented the monster from harming the guy. The young man had encountered this kind of defense before in his realm. As it turned out, it was a passive ability that appeared when needed. Red Zichun was quite ferocious, and it was strange that he was attacking for nothing. Or maybe he was trying to avenge his predecessors. Li Qiang didn't even realize that these spirits knew how to fight, but now he knew it and was ready for any action. I wonder how he'll cope in Li Qiang's god world now. Li Kong himself had already counted on this scoundrel becoming an ordinary puddle in half an hour. The game must be played according to his rules. But devouring such a monster did not go very easily. Li Qian's stomach began to hurt a lot. It was impossible to stay on his feet, his mouth was bleeding, and he wanted to cough. The world was in chaos. Xie Chun already felt like a god in the god realm that belonged to Li Kang. But now our hero would show who was the boss. The evil spirit was trying to destroy the entire kingdom. Li Qian needed to do something urgently before it collapsed completely. Xie Chun, like a vicious dog off the chain, began to smash everything he could get his hands on. In this world, he really felt as omnipotent as in any other. It seemed like these spirits were harmless, but it wasn't just an evil spirit, oh damn apostle. After all, something had to be done. This world was still under Li Qian's rule, and he would decide the fate of this realm. Having formed an unsophisticated prison for this thug, Zi Chun was trapped, but he didn't look very confused. But that wasn't all. Li Kang was extremely curious to see how the villain would react to the stream of fire. Li Kang had no strength in the outside world, but here he was a god and was able to deal with him. It was surprising that Si Chun's spirit body had quite strong flesh, so fire and ice had to be used. Thus, he tried to defeat his unexpected enemy. But would he succeed? Even in his own world, sealing the villain was not easy. After such an apocalypse, Shi Chong was still alive, not a scratch on his body. But Li Chang felt as if the enemy was getting weaker and a little smaller. Red Zi Chun was really difficult to deal with. It seemed as if everything that happened to the guy in the realm was affecting real life as well. At least after Zi Chun's weakening, his stomach was no longer hurting like before. Li Chang planned to go home after all, and then deal with this evil thing afterwards. But before he could even take a step, a bolt of lightning struck the ground and a silhouette appeared in the darkness. It was not going to be easy to get home. Yan Wanming appeared in front of Li Chen. This man was a divine traveler of the Thunder God. He must have appeared here for a reason. This man immediately seemed like a different person to Li Kang. He may have had a human body, but Li Chang, even at the minimum deity level, could smell a great strength in the stranger that was hidden underneath the human flesh. He had enough problems for the day. To avoid imposing other worries on himself, he decided to just leave. But this was not so easy for him to do. Yuan Wanming seemed to have arrived specially for him and was unwilling to let the young man go. To disperse peacefully, Li Chang let the stranger know that he was just a student who was going through an exam, and the man must have confused him with someone else. Yan Wanming smelled the scent of Red Ji Chun. It was logical that he was on the trail of Li Qian, who had caught him from behind the monster. Did he really just come for this? However, Yuan Wanming didn't even want to discuss this. He proposed to make a deal in order to get the Red Xie Chun. But it wasn't as if Yuan Wanming wanted to negotiate with Li Kang. Rather, he was lashing out at the young man. To better clarify the situation, Yuan Wanming introduced himself as an employee of the God's Path Admissions Committee, who had been sent to Chanming from Zhongzhou. If Li Kang gives Yuan Wanming the Red Xie Chong, the latter will secure him a place in the Zhongzhou God's Path. Zhongzhou God's Way University was the best university in the entire country. Its status was comparable to the university from Li Kang's past life. Red Zi Chong's complete destruction to Li Chang's divine realm. If he only knew how, you would have kicked him out long ago. Li Chang, of course, really wanted to enter Zhongzhou Godpath University. How much he wanted to do so. But he also realized that what Yuan Wanming asked him to do now would be difficult to do, so the situation made him very angry. Besides, he couldn't tell the whole truth to this stranger. The God Realm was Li Kang's biggest secret. No one could know about it. Li Chen was ashamed, but he couldn't do anything about it. So he decided to say the stupidest thing that came to his mind, which was that he didn't understand what the man was talking about, saying that he didn't have the Red Zi Chun, but rather ran off in that direction. As long as Yuan Wanming didn't reveal his lies, he also decided to run away. Staying here wasn't the best option. Yuan Wanming couldn't get the monster in a good way, so he decided to take a bad way. To begin with, he summoned a minor thunderclap, which he wielded to perfection. This blow was enough to stop the inexperienced young man, though this blow was even at the minimum amount of force.
Lee Chen coughed once again and flew away a great distance. This time, his divine defense did not appear and was completely useless.
Yuan Wanming wanted to continue attacking even though he was breaking the law. He didn't seem to care about it at all right now. What the man was doing was like he wanted to kill Li Kang. Even though our hero was making it clear that he didn't know where this Red Zi Chong was, but the rose petals that appeared distracted him from the guy. This was the first time Li Chang had seen the appearance of the flower goddess, hence he felt apprehensive and was afraid, no matter if it was some other monster. The appearance of the goddess of flowers was indeed very spectacular. She formed a huge ball of rose petals and took the two men by surprise. But Yuan Wanming was angry before, and became even angrier and more irritated, his plans falling apart with every passing moment. He really hated being in the unknown. Together with the goddess of flowers, the goddess of grace also appeared. Her appearance resembled an angel descending from heaven. But before going down first, she inquired about Li Qian's well-being, who immediately recognized her as an elder. No matter what the flower goddess had to do with Li Qiang, she despised Yuan Wanming for daring to do such a thing to a junior. Now she was demanding information from the god as to what university he was from. The flower goddess wanted to contact the secretary to make arrangements. The girls who had just appeared didn't yet understand what had happened, so they wanted to know more about it. Li Chang decided to tell briefly that this man came out of nowhere and said that Li Chang had taken the red Shichun and then started attacking. The goddess of grace decided to clarify whether Li Kong really didn't take Shichun away. The guy had to lie, so he confidently said that he had nothing to do with it at all. The flower goddess continued to lash out at Yuan Wanming. Plus, she was certain that an ordinary high school graduate didn't possess enough strength to catch the red Shichun. But Yuan Wanming didn't utter a word during this entire time, which seemed like ignoring. Ignoring really annoyed the goddess of colors, so she asked the goddess of grace to strengthen her with a rainbow blessing. The rainbow blessing increased mental strength by as much as 30%, and physical strength by 20%. But Yuan Wanming's strength was also increasing. It was clear he had prepared for battle. The goddess of grace tried to stop her friend, but she didn't care. Even if her opponent grew stronger, she wasn't afraid of that, and attacked first with her minor divine power buried in a sea of flowers. But all those flower petals were like peas hitting the wall. Yuan Wanming formed a dome of lightning around him, which protected him from all sides. This time, he didn't dare to ignore the flower goddess and used his thunder punch, which flew straight at the girl. But he not only hurt the goddess of flowers, but also the goddess of grace, who was caught by Li Chen in time. The thunder god didn't care at all about anything that was going on, or what others were telling him. He decided that he would find out whether Li Chang had Xiechong or not, at any cost, even if he had to kill everyone. Would he dare to break the law of the divine walkers? Did he not fear retribution from the other gods? Li Chang felt guilty at this moment, because he didn't like to involve the innocent in his affairs. And this was bad. Now all three of them were in danger of death. In a normal duel, Li Kong was no match for him, until he sent him to his realm, of course. But the question was, whether the divine realm could withstand such a strong opponent. And Yuan Wanming was much stronger than the red Jichong. But there was no other way out. It was the only way to survive and save others. The worst outcome the Thunder God could assume was that everyone would die together. Though it didn't seem like he was afraid of death. Li Cang continued to remain silent. But this silence was like a call to action to Yuan Wanming. The God of Thunder no longer saw any way out for himself but to kill the boy. Therefore had already directed his power at him, until a greater power stopped him. Anomalies began to occur in the sky. An eye appearing out of the sky little by little attracted the culprit of this entire situation, Yuan Wanming. The gods immediately recognized the demigod in that eye. It could be seen that the demigod's appearance made the Thunder God very tense, as the demigod was a member of Chanting's protectors. The goddess of grace rushed to tell the demigod what had happened, but he interrupted her to calm her down. He wanted to know the answer from the young man himself. Yuan Wanming justified his actions by saying that he was looking for the purpose of his mission. But did he really count on the demigod being blind? Just because of his talent and status, Yuan Wanming couldn't ignore the law and oppress the weak at his whim. Yuan Wanming was young and had a great future as a demigod thought. But if this continued, the demigod would deal with him personally. Yuan Wanming understood everything perfectly and could not resist the will of his elder. So he turned to Li Cang, before whom he was guilty. Yuan Wanming finally fully introduced himself by his name, and also emphasized that he was a native of Zhongzhou Godpath University, and also recalled that he was a commissioner in Changting. After mentioning the University of God Zhongzhou's path, even the goddess of grace was taken aback. Li Chang knew. But he also decided to check with his sister to find out how famous this university was. The university in Zhongzhou God's Way was the best in the country, moreover graduating about 90% of the talented people in the entire country. And in front of them now was one of the best students in the university. Li Chang had just realized what he had gotten himself into. He now understood his sister's reaction. He certainly thought that this university was famous, but he didn't know it was so famous. Feeling completely helpless against Yuan Wanming, Li Chang hoped for the protection of his goddess of grace, although she herself wouldn't mind protection. Those close to Li Chang were well aware of how influential the members of the commission were, as confirmed by Yuan Wanming himself. Aside from the usual admission that Yuan Wanming had already mentioned, he could promise much more. After enrollment, Li Cang will be able to get the best training opportunities, a team of the best teachers to choose the most suitable path. Besides, not every member of the commission could offer such a thing. Therefore, Yuan Wanming asked one last time, would Li Kang give away the evil spirit? The guy was being offered a very favorable deal, but he had no choice. Otherwise, they would become enemies, but he couldn't help himself. Li Cang continued to stand his ground and clarified the fact that the spirit had gone to another place. It seemed as if Yuan Wanming was ready to destroy everything around him, but the protector would not let him do so. For the last time, he hoped that Lee Chang would not regret his choice. Luckily, he didn't touch the guys. They were all fine. The goddesses were very grateful to the demigod, and wanted to go to his house to thank him personally, so they tried to find out his address. But the demigod was just doing his job, and since they were fine, he was saying goodbye. The girls said goodbye to the demigod extremely respectfully. Unlike some who were already trying to rustle out of here, Li Kong had a lot of things to do, so he ran away without even saying goodbye, even though the goddess of grace was specifically looking for him. Anyway, the exam results will be announced tomorrow, so the guy better not be late. Not that he was running away from any fear or fatigue. Li Chang could perfectly feel that his kingdom was being destroyed with every passing moment, if it wasn't already destroyed. He had to get home to figure out what was going on, because no one was giving him any peace on the street. Gods appearing, monsters appearing. No peace of mind. In a calmer environment, Li Kong began to feel much better that this Red Zichong was doing something wrong in his realm. After returning to his world, Li Kong started looking for this bandit who was hiding somewhere. Si Chun's nasty tentacles had already reached the tree that was about to be destroyed. With its teeth, the creep began to gnaw on the wood like some kind of rodent. Whatever his master said, the scum did not hear him or did not want to obey. Li Kong was furious beyond belief. To think how this devotee would touch the only life form in Li Kong's realm. The boy was furious, and reminded him of a small child's mother. He was ready to destroy this pest by any means necessary for one touch of his tree. Just a little bit more, and this evil spirit would probably destroy the god realm. Li Chang had time to think, so he noticed that this monster was not like an ordinary evil spirit. There must be some weakness in it. Just what it was, Li Chen had yet to find out. Based on the past, the monster's body was immune to water and fire, and it couldn't be killed by stones. The recent events of Yuan Wanming, who wielded thunder and lightning, also came to mind. This brought up the idea of trying to use lightning on a monster. Either way, it wouldn't hurt to experiment. To begin with, Li Chen needed to gather all the divine power of thunder and lightning in the god realm. And when all the power was gathered, you could treat your unexpected guest with it. A whirlwind of lightning rained down on the monster like a surge of fury from the depths of the heavens. Li Chen's electric fire woke up the darkness, illuminating the monster's grim face and making it menacingly mesmerized by its appearance. Shi Chun tried to defend himself, but the lightning was too fast and too powerful, hence robbed him of his arms. The creature from the darkness contorted its face in pain, its screams drowned out by the roar of the storm. After what he had done to this world, Li Chang could only wish for him to burn in hell, where he had rather been created from. Li Tang was so relieved when he realized that he had dealt with this foul thing. In addition, he was sure that he could absorb Xie Chun's energy, but the energy was so powerful that he didn't expect it. After he managed to absorb the energy, a strange disc in the air appeared, which emitted lightning. He didn't stand still, and soon entered Li Chen's forehead, causing him a lot of pain. Completely by accident, through his pain, Li Chang released the lightning energy that was now lurking within him. Li Chang didn't even immediately realize that he was the one who did it. But he still didn't understand what had happened and where the disc had come from. He had his guesses, but right now her biggest concern was if it would work, and if he would use that same power outside of his realm. It didn't work the first time, but the second time the result didn't wait. Any divine traveler had to follow the path of one of the gods. Elemental gods were the rarest of the rare. Elemental gods could interact with all kinds of elements, giving them unlimited power in battle. This time, Li Tang had learned how to handle lightning. In other words, he will be able to follow the path of the Thunder God, and his strength will be as strong as Yuan Wanming's. Meanwhile, Yuan Wanming pondered at his place in the heavens for a while, until his servant Liu Shi came to see him. Something must have happened. It had come to the servant's attention that my lord had turned down 3 admissions officers who had come to Chongqing, and it was all because of Li Kong. Liu Shi would have caught him himself, but this guy hadn't left the city. The servant's assumption was correct. Yuan Wanming was doing all this because of Li Chen. But now the Thunder God would no longer run around, for the young man would come to him himself. The difference in treatment between a special student and an ordinary student is enormous. Now Yuan Wanming wouldn't let the committee members into Chongqing and wouldn't give Li Kong admission to the special admission system, which meant the guy would have to stay in the general one. With grades like Li Chang's, the guy could definitely get into the path of the god that is Zhongzhou. But he would have no chance of escaping Yuan Wanming's control. By doing so, the Thunder God would show this brat what it means to oppose Yuan Wanming himself. In any case, my lord couldn't be here anymore as the headmaster had sent him an urgent message. A serious crisis had arisen. This issue was at the top of the list, and it could not be delayed. In addition, everyone outside the school, the headmaster sent out a call, and especially Yuan Wanming. The thing that looked like a card was a special signal to come back. Liusi wanted to offer to stay and finish what his lord had started, but the latter was against it. Even though there were still commissioners left in Changting, no one could compare to Zhongzhou University. Yuan Wanming bet that Li Qiang would choose this university anyway. It was early morning, the streets of the city were deserted, but that was also an excuse for lightning to flash. Of course, this was the work of Li Qian, who couldn't sleep in anticipation, and was testing his new strength. Stimulating the meridians of the lightning body greatly increased his speed. He thought about it at night and tried it in the morning. But the paparazzi scared the hell out of him. It was like he wasn't as afraid of monsters as he was of them. What were Mr. Li Kang's feelings as a godwalker? Could he tell the reporters which God Path University he was going to choose? All the years of high school, why did Mr. Li Tsang do so poorly in his studies? So many questions, and no answers. Li Chang didn't understand why the reporters were interviewing him in the first place. To his surprise, he turned out to be the best student in Changting. Of course, this attracted the attention of the reporters, and Li Chang didn't expect to score higher than everyone else. Liang Kun was of course jealous, and Gao Ming didn't understand when Li Chang had become such an excellent student. Li Chang was surrounded by a huge crowd. It wasn't easy to find him, but the teacher still managed. Now they had to go to the principal's office. The teacher was happy for his student that he had done well, but it seems he had a bit of a problem. No matter how Li Chang tried to find out what happened, the teacher wouldn't answer, and made it clear that he would find out when he came to the principal's office. Li Chang was already starting to worry that the school had been reported yesterday's incident, but he was the victim anyway, so it didn't matter to him. The principal and his assistant were already waiting for Li Qian in his office, nervously whispering amongst themselves. As soon as the teacher and Li Qiang entered, all the tension subsided, and fake smiles appeared. Li Qiang was called because of his admission. He was the best student in the school, so the principal felt obliged to advise him to a good university. At this time it was as if a burden had fallen off the boy, and he thought that there was really some problem. At this time of year, committee members from different universities would come to select special students for enrollment. Last year, only a few universities sent people to Changting. But this year, with a student like Li Kang, the commission should be many. But today, most of the commissioners were struck by lightning on their way here. Changtin was a city and was considered a special place. To get here, you had to pass through a thunderstorm zone. Normally, this would not pose a threat to the commissioners. But this year, something went wrong. Regardless of the university, all the commission members who were traveling here were struck by lightning. This was definitely spoiling Li Qian's future. But was there really not a single person who would come after him? The principal hurriedly reassured the young man, for there were two other universities whose commissioners had arrived earlier, Hanhai and Zhongzhou. Especially the principal emphasized Zhongzhou, which was not surprising. With Li Qiang's grades, it wouldn't be difficult to get admitted there. The principal had already contacted a committee member from there. There was no need to worry. Li Qiang was already almost jumping for joy. Who wouldn't be excited about the news of entering the best university in the country? Reality seemed like some kind of fairy tale because now his becoming a god would go like a dream. But there was something wrong. Past conversations reminded him that the member of the Zhongzhou Commission was the same Yuan Wanming. Even then, before he left, he told him that sometimes the wrong choice can affect a life. Everything fell into place. Li Qiang realized what Yuan Wanming meant back then. The god of thunder was just a monster. Everything seemed to be a failure now. But before the young man fell into a panic, the principal hurriedly reassured him. After all, even if he did not receive a special invitation, he could not remain without a place at the university. There was a commission member who had wanted to see him for a long time. The director wanted to take Li Kang to see him now. Even if there's no panelist, his grades crossed the threshold so he can still get in. The only difference was that he wouldn't get the scholarship and special invitation privileges. It seemed like a small difference, but Li Chen wouldn't be able to afford to go to university. The Goddess of Grace turned out to be one of the panelists from Hanhai University. She had specifically waited to invite Li Qiang to Hanhai University. Plus, she could guarantee him free tuition and a comfortable life, and the opportunity to visit the Divine Springs for 3 days. Yuan Wanming represented the best university in the country. Doubts were definitely there that the conditions in Hanghai would be the same. No one expected Hanhai University to be so generous. The director thought it was a stroke of luck. But no 3 days of soaking in hot springs was an advantage to Li Kang. Saying nothing was unnecessary, It was obvious from the look on his face that the guy wasn't happy. The goddess of grace raised the stakes and added an extra 100 divine coins every month for cultivation. Even the principal and teacher opened their mouths at that kind of money. But in reality, 100 wouldn't buy much. A handful of coins like this would only get rid of a beggar. But it really depended on what Lee Chen wanted to buy. Divine coins contained divinity and were a very valuable resource. 1 divine coin was equal to 10,000 yuan. The guy was good with math. He immediately calculated that 100 divine coins was 1 million yuan. But he still couldn't say yes. He didn't know what to do. He wasn't interested in money anyway. That's why he asked to call the next panelist. The top student wanted to know all the conditions. He was just curious. The second was Yuan Wanming, but it was unknown why. But he didn't want to come. Things were bad. It was that Yuan Wanming again. It was unlikely that he would want to help Lee Chen. It seemed as if Mr. Li Kang was in some kind of trouble. The teacher became worried. Of course, he couldn't say anything about the past, so he asked the principal and teacher for some advice. The principal, of course, could not influence Li Kang's final decision, but advised him to choose Hanhai University, because there was a very large area there, and China is very big for people who were leaving Hangzhou to come back later, and there was still no guardian spirit in Hangzhou, because the director and other people wanted the best here. The overall reason is love for the homeland. Li Tsang has already lived here for a long time. Hangzhou is his second homeland, and those 2 sisters had done a lot for him. He felt obligated. Finally, after some time of deliberation, he made a decision that he was ready to voice. Li Tsang chose Hanhai University. It was his conscious choice. He knew what he was doing and what he was going for. The goddess of grace was happy, and in turn promised that Li Qiang would not regret choosing this university. Although Hanhai University was barely in the top 100 in China, it was only because it was newly founded. The girl was willing to put his name down. No application needed to be made. It's a letter of enrollment created by the gods. Such a letter was impossible to forge. That's how Li Sang got into Hanhai University. Now we just have to wait for the 1st of September. He arrived at school early in the morning and it was already noon. He noticed with surprise how long it took him to communicate with the committee and teachers. Li Kang noticed that the materials used in the letter were not cheap. It was quite good for the path of a god. A woman passing by paid attention to our hero and noticed the enrollment letter in his hand. Li Cheng felt very good, so he was in the mood to talk. The woman in turn congratulated the student on his enrollment and asked him to touch the golden letter. He wanted to cautiously refuse, but the woman was insistent, saying that her son was studying there. He hadn't left yet, but she was already celebrating. Li Kang remembered that this was a divine letter, and an ordinary woman would hardly be able to use it. After all, it was made by the gods. After reading the letter, it was as if she remembered something. Because Li Kang was often mentioned on the news, her welcoming mood immediately changed. The woman started beating the guy. It was as if someone was controlling the woman, and she was not herself. Finally, she cried out, "For the glory of the gods!" What could that mean? 1,000 years ago, a wormhole suddenly appeared on this planet, and deities from other worlds fell through and destroyed everything. Humans were helpless and nearly exterminated. But with the advent of the gods, the nourishing power of human faith, the deities were banished. However, some people still regarded gods from other worlds as their idols. They longed for their appearance and the end of the world. Such people were called demon worshippers. That woman was one such admirer, and it was as if she had been programmed with special instructions. She wished death on all the damn geniuses, but it seems it's not Li Kang who she was so eager to kill, but her, who will die. Li Tang was practically a deity, had his own power. A woman against him was like a mosquito. The only thing that really frightened Li Qian about this woman was that she was ugly. It was surprising that she was also resilient. Fortunately, she was stuck. Now was the right chance for Li Qian to knock her out. If she wanted Li Qianyu dead so badly, then let her not blame him now because of self-defense. Li Kang didn't want to be eaten by some broad, so he would do anything to protect himself. Besides, he did what this woman deserved. It turns out this brat was hiding such power. The woman had no chance to save herself. Seeing how easily the guy dispensed with that crazy woman, the other admirers scattered in different directions, but one of them still remained. The next moment happened very quickly. Li Chang, thinking that he had already dealt with everyone, was heading towards his place with a normal step, and didn't even notice the fleeing madman who was running towards him to straighten up. For the glory of the Lord, this man was too fast, plus he was carrying a cold weapon. Just a little more, and perhaps Li Kang would have been injured if not for the goddess of grace. The girl was completely flustered and worried about Li Kang. But what was she doing here? Was she really just passing by? These matters had to be put aside, for the guards of the city came to the noise. The head guard immediately recognized the guy as the best disciple. Even though he was the best, he wasn't allowed to just fight on the street like this. But the assistant noticed a divine aura here. In addition, the demon worshippers who were enhanced by this divine aura were sensed. The captain immediately ordered to find out who it was. Such actions looked very arrogant. Who would dare try to kill the best student in broad daylight? The goddess of grace and realized that if something happened to Lee Chen, the entire Changtian would be in trouble. Before leaving, the captain himself was very apologetic, for this negligence was on their part in the first place. They assumed that there would be no demon worshippers here, therefore they were not careful. The goddess of grace was only at the 9th level of martial arts. She didn't expect Li Kang to be able to defeat this woman on her own. Therefore, she had reason to believe that the student was clearly hiding something. Being attentive, she noticed that Li Kang was following the path of the Thunder God. It was rare to see aloe golden lightning. There is a degree in the way of the Thunder God at Hanghai University. There is a Professor Tor who has been awarded by the 1000 National Talents Program. Li Cheng hadn't hoped that Hanhai University had a degree in the way of the Thunder God. But things turned out to be just right, because now there was someone who could guide him. Li Kang really impressed the goddess of grace, so she didn't hesitate to repeat that there was no one better than him in Changtin. And before any more problems arose, the girl suggested that he go to the university tomorrow. Li Teng didn't have things and responsibilities to hold him back anyway, so he happily agreed. From the goddess of grace's gaze, the captain understood everything, and realized himself that Li Chen would not be safe here alone. Therefore, the captain was happy to provide 2 people to guard Li Qianyu. The world of divine travelers is dangerous, so it really wasn't safe here. Li Tang was happy to accept such protection. The guards agreed to accompany Mr. Li Cheng until he left for the university. Having finally arrived home, Li Cheng could relax and focus on himself. But the memories of the recent events did not leave him, and martial artists were very strong in combat. If he faced them in the future, he should try to avoid engaging in hand-to-hand combat with them. This time he attacked very slowly, and the demonic lightning symbol needed time to accumulate energy. The last strike was quite strong, but it ended up taking a lot of energy out of his god realm. I would like to know the best way to increase energy in the realm. For example, you could try sunlight. It would be a good idea to turn it into an energy source. It was getting a little hot in the god realm. The external light source was actually working. The temperature was rising so high that it was raining lava. In any case, this was enough. Li Cheng now wanted to try to make the lava disappear by gradually absorbing the energy. He failed to absorb the solar energy last time, but this time Li Teng will try to speed up time and see if he can absorb it faster. Li Cheng rewound the time in his world by 200 years. It could be observed that the lava was beginning to disappear, and after another 200 years, sunlight was absorbed, which confirmed the theory, but the right zone turned into burning mountains. Suddenly, on the highest mountain, something shiny like a star was revealed. When you flew closer, you could see an egg the size of half a hand. The coloring of the egg was unusual, and the egg itself was illuminated by lava. Li Cheng flew in just in time as he managed to catch a glimpse of a new life hatching. A little kitten with sky-blue eyes emerged from the egg. It seemed as if Li Kang was ready to die from the cuteness of everything that was happening. He never would have thought that the first living creature in his divine realm would be a kitten. As soon as he was born, Li Kang immediately came up with a name for him, and now this kitten was called Yan Yan. One kitty alone would be very bored, and it wasn't good for the world either. But either way, it was much better than nothing. As if hearing her master's wish, with each step, Yang Yang made new friends who were completely different animals. Li Chang was just happy, probably feeling like a mother of many children. In any case, he could now provide animal creation to Yan Yan, who had no difficulty doing so. Once Li Chang had settled all his affairs in the kingdom, he returned to his room, where he had some pressing matters waiting for him. He had to take a walk, buy some food, and see if Xie Chun was still around. Li Kan enjoyed chasing these evil spirits away, plus they brought strength. As he passed by a playground where children were frolicking and playing with each other, he noticed a familiar face, a girl named Su Mo Xin. Again, she was alone, completely detached from the other children. Of course he remembered his promise, so he couldn't just leave her, and he wouldn't have left her anyway. She had problems in her family, although she wouldn't admit it. To distract her even a little, Li Kang was willing to take her out to dinner. But Su Mo Xin remembered that brother wasn't done with his exams yet, so how would he pay? There was no need to worry about it. But the girl was really right. Lee Chen didn't have any money. But if he promised that he would take her out to dinner, then he would. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Would the girl still want to go with him? Su Mo-shin thought it was something supernatural because she wasn't sure if she could afford it. One could assume that it would be fast noodles again, but this time they would eat normal food. Lee Chen knew in advance where they would go, and of course, he chose the place where his Uncle Liu was. It had been 2 whole years since Lee Chen had been here. Decided to order a bowl of vegetarian noodles and a bowl of beef noodles. Before submitting the order, Uncle Liu clarified if he had money for the beef noodles, because he hadn't paid last time. Of course, he wanted to give the beef noodles to Su Mo-shin, and decided to take the regular vegetarian noodles for himself, leaving the question of money unanswered. The girl's mood was not at all. It was clear something had happened, so Lee Kong waited patiently for the story. Mom and the entire Su Mo-shin family were expecting a new baby. On the one hand, it was supposed to be good after all. Su Mo-shin would have company. But in fact, her father always said that she was spending a lot of money on her. Su Mo-shin didn't just assume that if there was another child, her parents would give up on her. Besides, when she was playing alone, Su Mo-shin was not even noticed by anyone. Her father no longer looked at her. Her mother was busy doing her own thing. No one wanted to play with her. She was enveloped by the feeling that no one in this world cared about her. A little more, and she was probably ready to cry if it wasn't for Lee Chen's support. Su Mo-shin made up her own problems, for who told her that she had no business being there? Lee Chen always had a thing for her. He was always there for her no matter what happened. To stop the girl from crying, Lee Kung was willing to buy milk tea as well. It was unclear whether she was crying out of joy or sadness, or maybe both. Su Mo-shin really didn't want to go home, so Lee Kung was completely fine with the girl staying with him. The guards continued to follow Lee Kung, but not with the original intentions. Someone had to do their part, or these rats wouldn't take the bait. But what happens if someone escapes punishment? The guards found the high school boy to be a good fighter, and it would be a shame to let him go. In any case, the captain didn't do anything he wasn't sure of, and so the underlings didn't need to worry. The lights in the apartment went out, and not just by chance. Lee Chen had good enough hearing to realize that someone was at the door, and soon there was a knock on the door. Su Mo-shin was on her way to open this door since she was very close. Lee Kong tried to stop her, but she didn't understand or hear and still opened the door, behind which some man was about to attack her. Fortunately, Lee Tong's brother Lee Chang came up in time and managed to pull the girl away from this bandit. Today was definitely a hard day for Lee Chang, and the evening was not getting any easier. The bandits who entered the apartment wanted to kill this heretic, but he didn't even let them get close to him, as he immediately let the power of his lightning come at them. The lightning caught everyone it was aimed at, but the invading bandits still didn't back down and continued to attack using dirty methods. This brat had decided to wager on Lee Kong's weak point, Su Mo-shin, as soon as he realized that the boy wouldn't be so easy to take. Maybe it would have been easier for him if he had been alone, but did it matter now? He couldn't let that girl get hurt. Scum, roughly speaking, blackmailed Lee Chen. He had to surrender or Su Mo-shin would die. The bandits were well aware of who they had come to see. Lee Chang is a famous genius disciple. After his popularity, he was so hated by some people. This hatred crossed all boundaries. The haters were ready to kill an innocent guy, and to top it off, they knit an innocent girl into it and manipulate her shamelessly. So why'd they come? The guy had no money at all. He'd done nothing wrong to them. Were they people? These subhumans are worse than animals. Only Li Sang was distracted as he was attacked from other directions. Well, their fighting skill was completely insufficient to defeat the owner of the divine realm. Manipulating the girl was no longer possible, as she was not one of the timid ones either and lashed out in her own ways. Acting quickly and aptly, asking Su Mo-shin to duck, Lee Chang swung the enemy knife to throw it at the gang leader. He put not only his strength into this throw, but all the hatred he felt for these non-humans. Of course, an inexperienced fighter would not have had time to react to this. His outcome was a foregone conclusion. The knife went straight into his chest, killing him dead. All the bandits decided to attack at once, as they realized that alone they were simply powerless. The policemen were still guarding. They were already on alert, but nothing much was happening yet. Meanwhile, the heretics were about to kill Li Kang. This information was given to them by a boy who was standing on the lookout. But after interrogation, he confessed. The information was false, and everyone decided to stay where they were. They were standing behind the building and just caught the moment the doors and windows flew out of the house. Things were not going as expected. The police did not understand at all, and how was this even possible? A seemingly routine fight spread not only to one apartment, but to the entire street. Knives were rushing everywhere. Lee Chen's lightning guarded his home as best as it could after such events. All the enemies were destroyed, no one survived, but Lee Chen was able to practice his chosen path. Li Kang was not going to let anyone near him. He focused all his strength to protect little Sumo Shin. To prevent Li Cheng from attacking them as well, the guards introduced themselves even though they were supposed to be here to protect him. Could it be that these named guards wanted to kill him with a knife when he crossed the road? But it turns out Li Kang misunderstood them. They didn't miscalculate and thought the heretics wouldn't break through. The suddenly appearing captain apologized to his master. Because of the special circumstances, he and his crew couldn't have been warned that they wanted to capture the heretics, not Li Chen. They weren't primarily protecting Li Chen, but were pursuing their own goals. These cunning guards knew in advance that the heretics would come after Li Chen, and he in turn became the bait. Li Cheng of course knew that ordinary people's lives were worthless in this world, but were they not completely ashamed of risking people like pawns like this? It turns out that ordinary people were also rewarded for meritorious operations. This time, Li Kang managed to kill all the heretics who attacked him on his own. According to the rules, the reward for one heretic is 10,000 yuan. Li Chen will be written out. But he wasn't interested in money. He demanded that the authorities explain themselves, or they would be seen on the news. The captain understood perfectly that Li Kang's feelings were hurt. Besides, the captain had researched his life, and knew that Li Chen's father had borrowed a large sum of money before leaving. In that case, his debt would be paid by the state, and Li Kang was promised 100,000 yuan. In addition, the state will take care of the reconstruction of the house, so Li Kang will be able to study at the university in peace. Li Chang originally didn't even want to, and didn't even think of agreeing, but they had offered so much that it would be foolish to refuse. Since Li Chang is leaving for university the day after tomorrow, he needs money the sooner before he leaves, which the captain will provide. Li Chang was scared to death, but he was happy that he had at least earned some money. Sumo Shin was also out of place and scared. Therefore, she couldn't hold back her tears. She was another reason for those tears. She had just found out that Li Chang was leaving for university, even though he had told her earlier that he would stay with her. Li Kang didn't hide it, he just forgot it. No way would he want to deceive the girl. Li Chen was not safe here, but he could be protected at the University of God's Way. But what would happen to Sumo Shin when his brother left? Li Chang asked him to wait until he finished his university studies, and then he would be able to take care of Sumo Shin and would definitely take her away from here. Sumo Shin definitely trusted him and promised that she would wait for Li Kang. The captain's underlings questioned whether Li Chen should have promised so much. In fact, the requests had been granted to the greatest extent possible. And besides, it was not an exorbitant amount of money for the state. Demon worshippers were especially active this year, so special measures had to be resorted to for the sake of public peace. Mission accomplished, and they would never cross paths with this guy again. If they wanted to get rid of all the devotees, it was only if they used the divine travelers as bait. As this city is Li Kang's home. One day when he graduates, the officers will look at him with respect. The only value of ordinary people is to contribute to the good of the divine travelers, for this is their world. Eastern China, 80 successful assassinations. Northern China, 21 successful assassinations. Western China, 7 successful assassinations. Southern China, 1. The top students from each province were eliminated. The next wave of Earth gods were weakened. But the student in Chengting, in the southern Chinese province of Hanhai, was never killed. The servant apologized to His Holiness. It was fair to say that a place as poor and weak as Chanting should not have produced a very strong student. But the servant was very naive. Chanting's top student was an interesting personality that even those around him noticed. A familiar feeling enveloped the Lord, for even if they left Sumo Shin alone, they would definitely not be bored. The next day, Li Kang decided to go out into the field and try some new moves while he still had time before moving to the university. He decided to start simple and focus his lightning bolt on his finger, thus balancing the coin. The whole secret of his power lay in his unwavering faith. This trick didn't seem that difficult for Li Kang, who had killed many people when necessary. But a single flick of his finger created huge clubs of dust. To think he could do that from a single coin. But he had to pay for his tricks in front of the forest dwellers. Li Kang believed that the strength of the explosion depended on the size of the metal object, not the amount of energy in the red-gold lightning. In order to explode, one must strike the object. This technique he decided to call the super electromagnetic cannon. In addition, from now on he decided to make up an imaginary mentor, Mikoto Mikasa. But he apologized in advance for this liberty. but it would be easier for him that way. Once the training was over, you could go home and see the new doors there, and entering the inside of the apartment, a whole new interior. To think, this was Lee Kang's old house. Even the door closed differently. Ed just renovated and had to leave after all this time. One exam changed his whole life. Even this dilapidated house became so beautiful and modern. Lee Chang's only regret was that his father couldn't see it. Goddess of Grace. Yu Kong had already purchased the tickets. Lee Kong would only need to show his ID to the train stations. Sis offered to go in first class, but economy was enough for Lee Chen. Besides, the teacher had already talked to the principal about Lee Chen. They had decided to give him a reward of 30,000 yuan as a reward for the exam results. This was Lee Kong's tuition support. The school was not poor, so it was impossible to refuse. Although this amount of money seemed too much for Lee Chen, he couldn't refuse anyway, and was very grateful to his teacher and principal who had helped him so much. After this conversation, 30,000 yuan from the school and 100,000 yuan from the captain immediately came. The cab driver was amazed that all the students were so rich. This was how Lee Kong got rich. Now he didn't have to worry about money for food and other expenses. It remains to reach the University of God's Path. Lee Chang had spent so much time preparing for this, and now this moment had come. Conventional railroading hasn't gotten too far from the railroad stations of yesteryear in terms of infrastructure, but something did change, and that was cleaning, which was done with an unusual mop and broom, and by force. At the train station, he'd already managed to be offered smart cow burgers, even though all he needed was a bag. It was also customary to lose children here. But people could easily find their child because the children floated in the air, making it easier to find them. On the ticket, Lee Chang was given the 13th row in seat E. Finally, when he found his seat, it was occupied. When he evaluated the girl, he liked her. She was beautiful after all. Lee Chang has been alone since birth, so maybe it's time now? This is a rare opportunity. All you have to say is, "Hello, beautiful. You're in the wrong place, but that's okay." Lee Tang was willing to sit next to such a beauty to spend this trip together. But his sentence was cut short as soon as he saw the familiar face of Zhao Sakura, who was looking at him in bewilderment. Lee Tang tried to cover his face in embarrassment, as if hiding from this embarrassment. But it was too late because the girl recognized him. His first pickup attempt was a failure. But don't despair. There will be chances to practice. What kind of shameless kid is that? So brazen to hit on a lady like that, Zhao thought to Sakura. After finally getting over his embarrassment, Lee Kang was able to say something to the girl. He didn't care about the situation now that Sakura was sitting in his place, so there was no need to accuse him of anything. Since she was already well established here, she didn't want to leave this place, for it was now hers. He had little choice but to sit next to a former classmate. He didn't even think he would be traveling to college with someone like her. Zhao Sakura was heading to the University of God's Way too. In fact, everyone was here. Yu Chang was actually afraid that Lee Chang would be late. Zhao Sakura and Liang Kun were also special students, and would receive the privileges of a special invitation when they arrived, to the same university as former classmates who didn't get along very well. Well, that was the end of my luck. But don't be in a hurry to be upset. The commissioner agreed to the package that Yu Chang had promised earlier, but only if Lee Chang continued to be in the top 3. Otherwise, all these bonuses would be cancelled, and he would only be paid as a special student. The head of the admissions office must have underestimated Lee Chen to set such conditions. There was no need to worry, because with the training of the university, Lee Chang would only become stronger, so he would just be at the top of the rankings. The first 3 places are equivalent, but overall very generous. Even if he was on the last one, he would still receive 1,000 divine coins every month. From such news, even Liang Kun and Zhao Sakura opened their mouths. The offer was indeed generous. Basically, it was simple. As long as Lee Kong was on the list, then he would receive money. But didn't that mean that ratings in God's Way really did matter? Most of the power was not based on martial arts, so the university created a list of divine wayfarers to motivate students. The list was divided into freshmen, sophomores, third-year students, and the common list. Each list included students of the corresponding course. The general list was compiled among all students of the university, and consisted of 100 people. This kind of arrangement was really motivating, and Lee Kong strictly decided for himself that he would work hard for it. But the view outside the train window caught the attention of the two, while Liang Kun thought of them as if they were rednecks. As they continued to watch, they noticed that someone was chasing them. A huge monster was maneuvering between the trees and was about to bite the train, and soon the monster disappeared altogether, leaving Li Qian puzzled. The guys had just passed Juedi. There were often snakes like this here, so there was no need to worry. There were spirits on board the long-distance trains, so no one would attack. But this explanation pulled in new questions. What is Juedi? Juedi, Yukong explained, was a place created by the fallen gods because their will had invaded the environment. When the laws of the fallen gods dissipated, Juedi appeared. Juedi was the place where demons, evil spirits, and strong creatures were born. It had an incredible environment and very dangerous, strange powers. As the gods died each year, places like this appeared. Every year, the University of God's Ways sent people to cleanse such places. Otherwise, there would be no place left for people on Earth. It was amazing that such places could be cleansed at all, since there was so much uncleanness and evil there. As long as divinity is a component of the law, the will of the fallen gods will not disappear. Yuan Wanming, with whom Li Kang had a conflict, destroyed Juedi with demigod-level demonic beasts near Hangzhou. Zhao Sakura had even heard of this, for it was once shown on the news. She also knew that Yuan Wanming was ranked in the top 10 among all the universities in China. It was a bit awkward to be in conflict with a guy of this magnitude. But Li Chang still didn't understand why he was disappointed with him. Was there something unusual about what Yuan Wanming had said earlier? Yukong still couldn't let go of the thought. Was the red Zichong really in Li Kang's possession? Which was most likely the case. And in general, there were different levels of evil creatures. All who could show up and were visible, remnants of ordinary beings. For example, that red Jiechun, that's the remnant of a fallen god from another world. If you can transform it, you can increase the chances of creating a divine seal in the future. The divine seal is the proof of the existence of gods. Only someone who can create a seal can become a god. In addition, this kind of evil spirits was a definite test. If 10 spirits were gathered, they could inherit powerful divine power. The mighty divine power was already in Li Qian's possession. Did that mean that he also had a chance? Before coming to the university, Yu Chang decided to give her mentees a brief description of the levels of divinity. The divine path was divided into stages according to the amount of divine power. The first level was a level of divinity of less than 100 points. The second level after 100 points of divine power was called divinity defense. If a traveler at this level learned some divine abilities, he could mobilize his divine nature to acquire the initial divine ability, but his power would be limited. After reaching 1,000 points of divine power, one would be able to appear in front of people. Then he could perform miracles in front of people, reap the benefits of faith, and have a chance to awaken his innate divine abilities. When a deity reaches 10,000 points, divinity is elevated and becomes divine power. Then the demigod has divine power and can utilize divine powers that are greater in strength than those of appearing in public. When one's divinity exceeds 100,000 points, one can attempt to seal the divine seal and ascend to the divine altar. After sealing the divine seal, one can become a true deity. Above divine spirit was a new realm. With more than 1 million points of divinity, one could move mountains. More than 10 million. One could cover the sky. This was called the heavenly realm. Over 100 million, a deity was given the power to rule over everything and dominate the heavens and earth. This was called the sovereign realm. Of course, there were rare gods who gained 1 billion points of divine power, but that was a lot and required a lot of work. There were only 5 sovereign kingdoms in all of China. This story impressed the students. Zhao Sakura decided to ask what kind of deity Yu Chang was. Was she on the list of divine travelers? But that question gave birth to an unspoken rule. Don't ask about the strength of others, or they'll think they're trying to hurt them. Since Yu Kang was their elder, she decided to say, there were 3,000 deities on the list. On this list, she was ranked 98th. Since she was the goddess of blessing, her god path was most suitable for the support everyone felt. Over such conversations, time passed quickly, and the students arrived Yu Hanhai. This was what the main entrance of Hanhai University looked like. What a relief it was for Li Chen that they finally made it. The city and the university itself were of course already impressive. But Li Kang forced himself to relax. He didn't want to act like a redneck. Zhao Sakura looked for the doorman, but there were none here. All the student assistants are demigods, and the teachers are at the divine spirit level. So no one would dare to bother. The realization that gods are everywhere was twofold. On the one hand, it was both good and not so good. But at this moment, Li Kang felt as if he was doomed. Before going inside the university, the first thing to do was to go to the reception area. Despite the late evening, the gods were still working and waiting for new students in their office. This reception room was run by Mr. Yang. Wang Qing from the Wang family could also be seen here. This guy was clearly fascinated by Yu Chang, but she had no mutual feelings for him.
Of course, Wang Qing's affection did not go unnoticed. Lee Chang, although he didn't seek love from Yu Chang, but somehow he was triumphant over the guy's failure.
There will be a few tests at the beginning of the year, after which students will be placed in their respective subjects according to their grades. But now it was necessary to approach Mr. Yang and talk about which path of God the disciples had decided to follow. Liang Kun decided to follow the path of the god of mountains. Zhao Sakura decided to follow the path of the goddess of fertility. Too bad Gao Ming doesn't know that. Li Qiang had decided even earlier for himself that he would follow the divine path. So he decided to follow the path of the thunder god. The path of the thunder god is one of the strongest martial paths. This path is promising, but it is a great goal. Li Qian will have to try his best. Thunder was considered one of the best among the divine paths. Wang Qing actually thought that it was too arrogant to dream of such a thing. In fact, Yu Chang was lucky to bring a student following the path of thunder. In addition, Mr. Yang approved the application for first-class payments for Li Kong's student, and someone's jaw almost touched the floor when they heard about the first-class payout for a newcomer. Wang Qing gave in to his envy. Hence, he decided to challenge such a decision. He didn't understand what was so special about this newcomer and why he was being paid so much. To prove his point, Wang Qing visualized a table where Zhao Sakura and Liang Kun were in the 6th grade while Li Qing was in the 1st grade. Are the privileges of first class so special? But there were only 10 seats in first class for first-timers in general. First-class privileges are not only additional educational resources, but also other bonuses. There were also students who wanted to be mentored by the rector, maybe even to become rector themselves later on. Gods with more divine powers have far more privileges. Even a single clue could enlighten and help make progress. It was the most valuable opportunity one could have at university. Li Chang's divine points were only at the beginning of 100, but for example, this guy already had 182. Now the question was, how did Li Qian manage to snatch away his first-class privileges? It was useless to argue, after all. The chairman of the admissions committee had confirmed everything, and Wang Qing was not the boss. The commission's word was the most decisive for Wang Qing. He could no longer say anything against it, and it was really none of his business. All that remained was to watch Li Qian to see if he would be able to maintain his privileges. Wang Qing allowed himself to talk and take liberties because he was a member of the royal family, and this clearly annoyed Yu Chang. The guys were about to leave, but Li Kang was held back by Mr. Yang. He wanted to remind Li Kong to take one of the first 3 places in the annual freshman competition. If he wanted to continue to enjoy the privileges of the first class, now it was safe to go. Li Chang would definitely try his best to stay afloat. Yu Kong continued to talk about Wang Qing. The girl found him trepidatious, but she knew that as a senior student, he wouldn't pry into the newcomers. Still, if Li Chang or Zhao Sakura, Liang Kun were to be bullied by someone, they could always find Yu Chang and ask for protection. But right now, one had to go get cultivation resources. There was even a special Demon Slayer building for that. Even though it was evening now, there were quite a few people in the building, and it seemed as if the guys were already late. The Demon Slayer building was open 24 hours a day. This was the place to get assignments and exchange points. There was a scoreboard of assignments here, but you couldn't do them now. You had to practice first and also perform well in the freshman competition. To avoid cheating, employees only gave out 1 month's access to training tools at a time. At this moment, Li Chang only had 100 coins. He could exchange them. But Yu Chang suggested something else, namely taking a divine pill that would purify the body and increase one's divinity. But it cost 101 coins. Li Qian had to borrow 1 coin from his sister. 10 pills of divine qi essence cost 10 coins each. Li Chang was already thinking of buying them, but his sister stopped him. You couldn't buy everything. Qi essence pills were cheap because most of their power wasn't absorbed. They increased physical and mental strength, but not divinity. To others, divine pills would be more important. But Li Qian needed to recover more spiritual energy to conquer the creation realm. The stronger his realm creation was, the better his divinity would be. Because of this, Li Chang still opted for the divine essence qi pill, leaving Yu Chang puzzled. Looking at the vial, one would think that they were some kind of fake. Li Qian could only hope that he wasn't fooled. The pills were wonderful, the smell alone was invigorating, but he wasn't allowed to enjoy that smell here. The line was rioting. Others wanted to buy something too. Li Song left for the dormitory, and Liang Kun in turn found this guy dumb who didn't know anything, so he decided to beat him with this pill. He decided to exchange coins for the divine pill, but one thing he hadn't considered was that it was impossible. After all, 6th class privileges didn't have 100 coins in their account. If we were to believe the map that the older sister had given, this was the dormitory that the students would be living in. Lee Tong originally thought that they would get a room for 4, but they were given an entire villa. Although Liang Kun did not see anything unusual in this, for he considered himself a great genius who deserved it. Li Tsang needs to be more serious, or at this rate, God forbid, Liang Kun will overtake him. Zhao Sakura was of the same opinion that she would be able to surpass Li Chen. Li Tsang himself had nothing against it after all, only time would tell who would become the best sooner. This house seemed quite spacious to Li Chen for an ordinary dormitory. There were 2 rooms on the first floor, and a separate room with a balcony on the first floor. In his opinion, it was too much space for someone living alone, and this seemed to be his room, made in the same style as the others. But before going to bed, he wanted to take a key essence pill. 1 pill would be enough for today. Eventually we need to check how they will be digested at all. Before you could visit your realm of God, you had to calm down, let go of today, and dissolve into that space. Once all these actions were done, one could feel the energy being quickly and easily assimilated into his body. The effect of the pill was indeed very powerful. Even though Yu Cheng said that it took a long time to absorb it, it was quite easy to absorb. It was now possible to travel with this energy to the divine realm. Life went on here. A lot of vegetation appeared. Yang and the other animals in turn enjoyed life here. The pill really worked. Li Qian's divine realm was filled with life. There were no longer those wastelands of stones. Everything was overgrown with grass, wherever it could be. But suddenly, there was a huge breakthrough. Li Chang felt his realm had increased from 100 points to 200 points. The pill really did its job. Li Chang didn't make a mistake in his choice when he decided to buy it, thus doubling his previous level. Once back in his reality, he felt himself being summoned back to his divine realm. Suddenly it became very cold here, and there were some anomalies happening with the burning mountain. Yang in turn was also starting to feed and gather energy from that volcano. So much energy had been absorbed that she was literally swollen and like a ball. She had no trouble floating in the air before, but once she was overweight, as they say, it was hard for fat balls to fly. Li Cheng was shocked that such a small kitty could eat so much. But could it be that Yang had always been this fatty? Soon, a huge fireball appeared in the sky and was already crackling. This ball was already beginning to resemble a huge egg in shape, which was absorbing all the energy in the world. As a result, the darkness that was illuminated by the egg became solid. After a moment of darkness, the light became very bright, so bright that Li Cheng was about to be blinded. It was unclear what was going on up to a point, but now you could see a cute little bird. But the light of energy did not stop sparking underneath this bird, and the bird itself was still hovering in the air. Watching her, one could see an ancient golden raven in a red bird. Who would have thought that this seemingly evil bird would be an ancient raven? From afar it looked very large, but up close it was smaller. She didn't sit on Li Qian's arm for long. She just sat down and immediately took off into flight, surrounding herself with fierce energy as if giving it to the world. To think a cat could create such a powerful creature. I wonder how she did it. Apparently, as long as the energy in the divine world was sufficient, Yang could create any creature. This was just a great boon. After all, the stronger the creatures were, the more they would feed Li Qian's energy. Only, it was unknown whether Li Cheng would be able to summon this bird into the real world. The only way to find out was to test it. Li Cheng specifically went to the shower for this purpose, so that the ancient raven wouldn't cause too much fire. He began to summon the ancient golden raven and put his hand up specifically for this purpose so it wouldn't fly anywhere. The ancient golden raven did appear, but it was very small, probably the size of a little finger. Perhaps it depended on energy, which was scarce in the outside world. In any case, there was no need to worry about fire if the bird was small. Golden Raven had been here for less than a minute, but he was already practically dying. The bird was already so weak that even a simple sneeze could blow him away. Li Qiang had 9 key essence pills left. If taken in time, it was quite possible that the divine world would improve greatly. Perhaps even the ancient golden crow would grow. As expected, things progressed rather slowly. Li Qiang was prepared for this. Therefore, he was patient with such a thing. After all, when the golden raven grows to the size of a basketball in the real world, it will become useful in battle. Li Cheng still hadn't stopped cultivating until he received a call from Yu Cheng. Something was wrong, and that was what her voice gave away. The girl asked if Li Kong was in the dormitory right now. This call greatly alarmed the guy, so he urgently rushed to report to the girl that he had been cultivating since last night. Yu Tsang herself didn't realize what happened, but today, there was a post on the campus forum that Lee Tsang was dating Yu Tsang and the flower goddess, Lee Chen. It was because the two of them got a special recruitment quota. Who would believe such nonsense? But to think, a relationship with two girls at once. Li Kong, who had never had a girlfriend, was certainly overrated, but he wasn't very flattered by it. The thing was that Mi Chen had a lot of fans, and some of them weren't friends with her head from the word go. Shouts were heard from the courtyard. Someone wanted Li Kang and demanded that the guy come out. At this moment, his sister was just warning him to hide, but she was a little late with her warning. Unfortunately, it didn't end at just shouting. Sewer mud flew into the windows. And after all, Li Chang hadn't even had breakfast or rested. He had been busy cultivating all night. It wasn't a good morning. Yu Tsang recommended ignoring these guys, after all. The school had rules, and if they hurt him, the disciplinary committee would deal with the offenders. To calm the girl down, Li Tsang told her that he wouldn't. But in fact, he decided that what will be, nothing can change. Because only a coward would hide. Of course, these people were certainly annoying. No sooner had I moved into a new university, and immediately began conflicts in the same place. There were 3 guys in front of him, but the most important among them was Wang Shuang, brother of Wang Qing. Wang Shuang followed the divine water elemental path. Suddenly, he was not satisfied that Li Qing, being a freshman, managed to sell himself for special treatment, no manhood. Li Chang thought that this guy would be more problematic, but the opponent's divine aura wasn't even superior. Before attacking, Li Kang warned that attacking other people's dormitories was against the rules of the school. If they stopped this mess and left, Li Kang would pretend like nothing happened, but such arrogant speeches only made them laugh. Wang Shuang planned to tear the guy to pieces, and then see if he could still talk some nonsense about rules. Before Wang Shuang would do anything, Li Chang beat him to it and struck his lightning bolt into his knee, as if to warn him a second time, counting on the fact that the freshman would be completely weak. Wang Shuang didn't expect him to attack first, so he didn't even realize what had happened from the shock, but the pain was so strong that it was impossible to ignore it. This lunge frightened the other guys as well. They immediately realized Li Kang was following the path of thunder. But what surprised them the most was the color of the lightning, which was black. Li Chang once again repeated his conditions. Wang Shuang had to help clean up this place. Then he would pretend that nothing happened here. These conditions did not suit Wang Shuang. He became even angrier and wanted to kill Li Kang, who was displeased with him in some way. It was a confrontation between lightning and sewer water. Epic, isn't it? With such an attack, Wang Shuang wanted Li Cheng to feel the full power of his strength. But so far, Wang Shuang didn't even have the strength to defend himself, let alone attack. The next time, Li Cheng didn't spare the insolent man and kicked him through his leg. The sophomores were completely powerless, even the 3 of them, against Li Kang. They were afraid to attack, but Wang Shuang insisted that they kill the guy. One of them remembered that he was a sophomore after all, and decided to attack by summoning a stream of wind. But luckily Li Kang managed to escape from there in time. No matter how weak Li Cheng was, he was a cultivator first and foremost. If they thought they could kill him thanks to this stratagem, it was the wrong conclusion. The other guy followed the divine path of supernatural strength. He could easily lift heavy objects and throw them, as he was doing now. There was nowhere to run. Li Cheng decided to defend himself with his lightning storm. The boys must have had a lot of fun ambushing him. Let them not blame him for his ruthlessness toward them. It turned out that Wang Shuang only now realized how strong this brat was. He was still growing up to this kind of strength. But nevertheless, he didn't give up, and continued his futile attempts to attack with the water arrow. But a water arrow of small divine power was nothing against the thunder net. However, as long as Li Kang held the defense, Wang Shuang ordered his underlings to use this advantage. They recognized that the divine thunder path possessed great attacking power, and this power was in Li Kang's hands. The human body was very fragile, so one of the guys decided that the best way to fight Li Kang was through close combat. But things weren't exactly happening as the former had expected. Was Li Chen's body really as fragile as this scum had assumed? It was necessary to stop this circus soon, so Li Kang decided to use his recent open combat technique. He decided not to use huge objects. It was enough. Again, a coin was enough to make a big enough explosion. There was nowhere for the opponents to dodge. They had no choice but to accept their fate or try to defend themselves. The freshmen this year were truly incredible. The observer loved the fact that this freshman could fight against 3 of them alone, even before they were officially enrolled. Oh, Li Cheng completely forgot about Wang Shuang. He'll pay attention to Wang Shuang too. Wang Shuang didn't seem to want this anymore, even though he had originally shouted so much for Li Kang to come out to him. Suddenly, this senior even recalled the rules that he had previously despised. No matter how Lee Chen tried to stop, it was already too late. For there was no need to be first. Wang Shuang was increasingly amazed at the seriousness of Li Chang's intentions. After all, he was about to kill him without hesitation. Before this could happen, Wang Shuang filed away, started shouting for help and looking for the disciplinary committee. But Li Chang was willing to teach a lesson in discipline on his own. Wang Shuang called himself an elder, but instead of taking care of the younger ones, he bullied them. What would it be like for him to be the victim himself? The lightning was very fast. It seemed as if Wang Shuang would really be the end, but someone still stopped this lightning. Another blue lightning bolt began to dance in the sky. What could stop lightning but the lightning itself? One of the representatives of the disciplinary committee came down to earth. Someone tipped them off about the fight, so they came here to investigate. Like a little girl, Wang Shuang started to roar and beg for help, on top of accusing Li Chang of wanting to kill him. Although one couldn't tell from the looks of it, Li Chang immediately felt that there was something special about this person. He was much stronger than Sister Yu Chang. What could Li Chang say for himself? Basically, if he really wanted to kill these scoundrels, there were already corpses lying here. Li Chang sounded quite confident, and indeed, to back up his words, he had only inflicted injuries on his opponents. Li Chang continued to explain that the three people had attacked his residence and interrupted his cultivation and caused a negative reaction. Wang Shuang in turn said that it was all lies, and they had just called him out. New students every year caused problems for the disciplinary committee. The man needed proof that these impudents were really bothering him. Otherwise, the disciplinary committee would have to consider it as willful bodily harm. Wang Shuang in turn calculated everything in advance. He checked this place, and there was no surveillance here. He only had to wait to see what Li Kang could do to him. Li Kang, the bastard, wanted to take Mi Chen away from Wang Shuang, so let him dream. But all his thoughts were cut short when Li Chang provided a video with sound. What would Wang Shuang be able to counter it? Nothing. He didn't calculate it well because the evidence of his guilt was overwhelming. Attacking other people's dwellings with malicious intent and disturbing their cultivation. According to the school rules, Wang Shuang would be sent to the spatial passage and put under guard supervision for 2 months. But Li Chang stopped them. The seniors had messed up Li Chang's house. He wanted those impudent people to compensate him for the damage, even though they were the ones who demanded compensation, according to Wang Shuang. But the man found it a reasonable request. So what kind of compensation did Li Chang want? At this moment, Wang Shuang thought that the man was some kind of relative of Li Chen, since he was walking towards him like this. In general, Li Chen was easy to deal with. All he needed was 100 pills of divine energy, and that was it. For Wang Shuang, it seemed to be an unaffordable amount, even though he was from a noble family. 100 divine energy pills cost 1,000 coins, which was indeed a lot of money. In addition, these creeps had caused Li Kang a huge psychological trauma. After that, his cultivation progress might slow down significantly. Therefore, Li Kang asked for another 100 pills of divine energy to be added. Wang Shuang has gone off the chain like a dog. Why didn't Li Chang just steal the pills? But he didn't look like a thief even though he wasn't. One of the guys didn't see the point of compensation, felt that Li Chen would be better off killing them. Well, as they wish. Li Kang is not demanding after all. But this concert was enough. The man promised to contact the school administration and they would organize a house cleaning. In addition, each of the boys would pay with pills of divine energy. The conflict was over. There was no need to kill. Looking at Li Kang, one could think that this year's freshmen were awesome and fierce. Wang Shuang could barely scramble on his feet, and he had to lean on the man's shoulders. It was a day he would remember for a long time. Some of the people watching actually thought Li Chen was quite cruel. The guys found it bad. Maybe it's because they've never been in a situation like this before. These two showed up to judge Li Kang. Today they were temporary instructors before the start of their studies. The girl's name was Shui Qing Xian, and the guy's name was Han Fei. The university attached great importance to students like Li Kang, that is, who were specially admitted. Therefore, Li Kang was assigned senior students to study in advance. Li Chang was puzzled and didn't understand what it all meant. At the same time, Xue Qin tried to ask to go inside the house. Finally realizing what was going on, Li Chang deigned to invite his unexpected guests inside. They wondered how Li Chang felt after choosing the divine path of thunder. In fact, Li Chang wasn't even sure if he really had the divine thunder path. But then, the question was, how did he control lightning and current? Managing such things was helped by a special mark on his forehead, which already corresponded to his status. It wasn't just a sign, but a thunderbolt seal. The thunderbolt seal had a very powerful force. No wonder the elders reacted like this. The divine path of thunder was divided into levels. The low levels are like the gods of magnetism. The high levels are like the gods of electricity and are the most powerful. People with this level have the thunder seal burned on their body. It seems this little brother really didn't possess the powers of a thunder god, and he probably didn't understand a word of the above. Lee Chen decided to test Lee Chen after all, and suggested that he try cursing the gods once. This method could be used to test how useful the seal was. The stronger the divine power, the stronger the resonance with the gods. Well, these two still wouldn't leave him alone, and he wondered what would come of it. It had to be done outside, so Lee Chang went out into the courtyard and shouted loudly that all gods were whores and cuckolds. Absolutely all of them. It didn't take long for the effect to show, and many eyes appeared from the sky. Each god began to worry that his wife was cheating again, or didn't realize who had cursed him. For some gods were still virgins. Shui Qin and Han Fei couldn't believe what was happening. So many gods had appeared to respond to Lee Chen's curse. But now there was a price to pay for this inspection. The gods did not want to leave it like this. They couldn't tolerate any inappropriate talk about themselves, so they found the culprits at once. Of course, the seniors immediately started apologizing and blaming it on the seniors, because they were only helping a new student, and they were sophomores themselves. They wouldn't even have the strength to communicate with such old people. The gods believed the boys and were not angry with them. If only they could catch this talkative type. He's gonna get it from the gods. The elders really hadn't expected such an effect. It was strong and bold. But next time, if he wanted to curse, he shouldn't curse at treason. Li Teng had to pray that the gods would not hold a grudge against him for saying such things. In fact, the gods didn't need this. Li Chang was following the divine path, and that meant resisting the heavens. Li Chang had the courage to resist the gods. They could only praise him for it. Only this test wasn't enough. Han Fei offered to take another small test. The most important thing in the divine path of thunder is the speech about controlling lightning. Because the power of lightning is extremely powerful, it is very important to be able to control it safely. Many people have had to stop following the path of God because they could not control their thunder power. One couldn't underestimate it, especially at the first level. Therefore, to begin with, Li Kang needed to curb the thunder snake that Han Fei handed over, and then the older ones wanted to see how the brother could run it. Without any trouble, he crushed the electric snake in his hand. Of course, this impressed the elders. The younger brother could not only control and curb the other lightning, but he could also form a new shape for the lightning, which was very easy for him. But he still decided to give the snake back to Han Fei, in case it was his pet. Such a trick raised many questions for Han Fei, he wondered. How could Junior control the lightning form while in a conscious state? Even Han Fei couldn't do this. Was Li Qiang really an expert in this field? Han Fei saw no shame in still inquiring about these things, which was why he asked so he wouldn't have to guess. In turn, there were no secrets here. Li Chang just thought about it. That was all. It wasn't difficult for him. Li Tong was sure that big brother could handle it too, after all. It was easy, but you couldn't tell from their looks. Well, if Li Kang was progressing so quickly, Shui Qin suggested that she start her first lessons. First of all, basic knowledge. Thunder and lightning are extremely powerful elements. In fact, only in the demigod state would Li Kang be able to control and suppress lightning at will. When the elders first learned how to control the power of thunder, they were almost roasted to death. But Han Fei noticed that Li Kang had a great talent for control. Once he learns to control the power of thunder, it will be important to master the Thunder Hammer as well. Thunder Hammer greatly increased lightning damage and helped in practice. Li Teng was surprised to notice that this hammer was similar to Thor's hammer from the Marvel movies. With such thoughts, he and the elders found themselves in the stadium where Han Fei was demonstrating the power of the hammer. The channels of thunder and lightning power could help temper the body of the holder of this ability, or turn you into a smoked Negro, but only if used improperly. This is the method of cultivation in the divine path of thunder. When you invoked lightning, you also invoked purification with it, ahem, but not always. So to hell with this so-called cultivation method, if one was to be struck by lightning. Li Qian had better and safer methods. But could any hammer become the hammer of the thunder god, or was some special hammer needed? Actually, the hammer should have been made of thunder steel. Plus, it's very cheap. It evolved after being hardened by lightning. Theoretically, it could continue to improve over time. However, if Lee Chang was rich, he could use 10,000 Shengtu coins and 1 gram of gold to create a better hammer. Since his sister had given him such information, he should also have something to share. It seemed as if Shui Qin was trying to kill him with such an amount. Sis definitely should have kept her cool. Where was she dragging a new student into? Han Fei reassured Lee Chen. All of this was pointless. Even some gods couldn't afford such a thing, and Sis just wanted to bully Lee Chen. While the elders were still here, Lee Chang decided to learn about some thunder god techniques.
Before telling this, Wei Chen whether it was worth it, and how strong this newcomer was, she thought it was okay.
The divine power of thunder is special. The techniques in thunder attribute are general. Thunder palm, chain lightning, energy chain, thunderstorm, and so on. For example, take the thunder palm. It was the most common thunder attribute technique. Han Fei could even demonstrate this technique. Han Fei immediately began to demonstrate. To do this, he had to concentrate all of his thunder power in one hand, and then use the palm of his hand to rip it outward into a certain object. For example, in our case, it was a flower. Of course, after this contact, the flower was left without petals, but the stem was still there. And how good was this technique? Lee Cheng was simply amazed at how weak this technique was. Oh, but one couldn't be so surprised. Once Lee Qian's divine strength exceeded 300 points, he would also be able to develop techniques. Still, Lee Qian was a long way off. When divine power reached a certain stage, special abilities appeared. When reaching 100 points, divine light armor was available to protect against evil spirits. But to accurately measure divine power, Lee Qian needed a special tester, or to enter the demigod dimension. Han Fei could have offered to take the guy for a trial today, but Li Kang didn't see the need to do so. He felt that he could roughly guess the amount of divine power. Han Fei's divine strength was between 400 and 500 points, while Zhui Qing's strength was over 500. After saying that, the guys left to whisper. Li Kong's arguments were unbelievable because the day before yesterday, Shui Qin had tested her strength, and it was 530 points. If this continued, how would Han Fei be able to maintain his reputation as an elder? He should definitely show his strength now. Since little brother was so good, let him try to use the Thunder Palm. Li Teng had used the Thunder Palm a few times before, but back then, he didn't even know it was such a technique. In the previous times, it wasn't difficult, so there was no need to show him extra. He decided to start first. The force was in his face. It seemed that half of the site had already been destroyed. Well, did Li Chen's thunderous palm strike pass the test? Li Kong was too strong. The elders even thought that he was some kind of demigod who was pretending to be a new disciple to play tricks on others. The guys simply had nothing to teach Li Kong. To avoid any more embarrassment, they left as soon as possible. Li Teng in turn didn't understand what was going on, what kind of business they suddenly had, and whether this university was reliable or not at all. In any case, the elders were not reliable. However, if given the chance, Li Kang would like to learn more new techniques. There was supposed to be a rookie competition soon, but it had to be postponed. Li Chang still hadn't bought anything from the necessary daily necessities.
Therefore, without waiting for another opportunity, he immediately went to the map was on the campus network.
The school on this map was really big. If something happened, the disciplinary committee, would it be able to find the right place quickly? Anyway, they reacted pretty well last time. Just recently it was very even sunny, but suddenly there was a thick fog. There was a man in a raincoat standing in the middle of the road, as if waiting for the bus. The driver reacted in time, given the density of the fog. But I think even if he hadn't reacted, this stranger would not have been harmed. Of course, the driver was annoyed. After all, he was responsible for so many lives. And here was some scum in a hurry to be reborn. But the stranger wasn't interested in welding. He was looking for a certain man named Li Kong. And if he was on the bus, he should get off. His gaze was threatening and dangerous. The driver just couldn't help but obey. On the other hand, Li Kang was only on his second day at the university. And in these days, so much trouble had happened that one wouldn't even wish on an enemy. He couldn't not get out. Otherwise, all the passengers would be in trouble. And Li Kang didn't want that. There was a senior in front of him. He wanted to borrow 2 things from Li Kang. But he didn't have anything. He was just a beginner. The elder was very intemperate. Therefore, he wanted to chop off both of Li Qian's legs and leave. Looks like this stranger wasn't kidding. The problems were serious. But how dare he openly assault students on campus? Wang Guang, one of the members of the noble Wang family, manifested the way of the sea god's divinity. He was the one who created the fog in order to keep Li Kang away. Apparently, the rules for this family were unwritten. Meanwhile, Lee Chen was running away from two guys who just wanted to ask her a question. She had to climb all the way to the roof so the guys wouldn't get her. They wanted to ask her a question about Lee Chang. Luckily, those scum hadn't spotted her and lost track of her. Now the girl could exhale in peace. Things were bad. Lee Chen urgently called her friend to find out where Li Kang was. Ta was still asleep as she was tired after the recent group recruitment and didn't know where Li Kang was. It seems that Mi Chen just found out that someone had spread a rumor that she and Li Chen were in a relationship. What should Mi Chen do now to stop those stupid guys from following her? Yu Kang had already started investigating, and Li Kang was also a victim. But Mi Chen didn't care at all, because this guy had ruined her reputation. Yu Kang was now completely unable to speak and couldn't think of anything at all, as she wanted to sleep. And Mi Chen was already burning with vengeance against Li Chang. Meanwhile, the fog began to spread more and more. Mi Chen herself was surprised at this. After all, it was a clear day. In order to distract herself, she decided to go out to see what was going on. Since Li Tong had once broken the leg of Wang Guang's nephew, the uncle now craved revenge and wanted to break his offender's two legs. Li Tong immediately realized who he was talking about. It was quite possible that Wang Shuang had previously relied on his uncle to dare to do such things. The apple doesn't roll far from the tree. Wang Guang decided to pretend to be a judge, and was now demanding that Li Qiang pay for what he had first started. Judging from Wang Guang's divinity, he must have at least had some incarnation in the realm of the human world. Li Chen had to make an urgent decision. Should he run, or should he fight? If they started fighting, Li Chang wouldn't be able to win without using the divine realm. Even if he wanted to escape, there was fog everywhere. There was only one way out left. Li Chang decided to use his main trump card of Thunder Breath. Even Wang Guang tensed up at this. As soon as he managed to get more air than he had, Li Kang shouted with all his might that he was about to be killed. He shouted relentlessly for help, began to recount the situation, that a senior student was trying to trick him into doing something, and he, weak and helpless, could do nothing against it. Wang Guang immediately realized that if things continued like this, the disciplinary committee officials would come here. Therefore, he decided to shut Li Qian's mouth. Wang Guang condemned such behavior, but what else could Li Qian do? It was the most sensible way out. Li Chang tried to open his mouth, but ended up swallowing too much water. The water prison grew larger and larger, and completely enveloped Li Kang's body. Now it is unlikely that he will be able to free himself from this watery prison. If this continued, he would lose consciousness. Then he decided to try using his divine realm after all. But, before he did, the water bubble disintegrated into millions of droplets at the snap of something's finger. Mi Chen had already thought that there was some rare natural phenomenon here. And it was this brat who created such a fog, for the sake of a single rookie. To Li Chen, the girl was like an angel coming down from heaven to help. However, although he was grateful for the help, he didn't want the girl to take any risks. She was a sophomore and had to mind her own business. She shouldn't have gotten involved in something that didn't concern her. After all, this creep was targeting Li Kang specifically, but she didn't seem to care about all sorts of risks. She'd done enough damage in the past year. Surely she wouldn't be afraid of that. If Wang Guang wished to fight, then Mi Chen would be the opponent since they were on the same level. Besides, the girl hadn't fought in a long time. She didn't mind warming up. Wang Guang didn't care about Wang Guang, because in that case, Mi Chen would be able to feel the might of Wang Guang's divine power. Before the SIS entered the battle, Li Kang warned about this guy sneaking around, hiding in the fog. Besides, the way of the divine flower wasn't particularly good at battles. Li Kang offered to take over the attack. Who knows? Since there was a water opponent this time, Mi Chen had a special surprise. So it was easy to win with the help of special seeds. I will scatter the seed. The water was already there. There was just a little bit of water left for the tree of flowers to sprout. Thanks to this sprout, all the fog had dissipated. Mi Chen was able to attack with such a large range. Once the fog cleared, it was the turn of Wang Guang, who was completely enveloped in the vines. Generally speaking, Mi Chen couldn't have used her divine power like this. It was all thanks to the moisture. As long as there was light and water, her flowers could bloom. Li Teng only now realized how strong Big Sister was. After all, he hadn't even seen something like this before. The support group in the form of Li Chen, seeing such strength, began to shout what he could. A lot of praise went towards Mi Chen. Mi Chen Energy Light, she is the one and only legend. Big Sister saved his life. Now he will forever be her fan. But he rejoiced in vain. The sister's aura became very intimidating in the blink of an eye. Mi Chen had helped Li Chen this time. Now it was time to sort out what was between them. Li Teng hurriedly explained the whole situation. Now the SS realized that the guy had nothing to do with it at all, and the post wasn't posted by him. Lee Chen should have told him about it a little earlier. But that was okay. A slap was never unnecessary. Besides, his sister had saved him, so they were even. Now he wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Generally speaking, they shouldn't have had any problems. This wasn't the first time in Mi Chen's practice. The disciplinary committee would take Wang Guang to a doctor. In addition, she had someone check on the two people who had caused Lee Chen trouble. After all, Li Cheng was chosen by the two girls. That's why they will take care of him. Li Cheng wanted to treat Mi Chen with milk tea, but that would not be a sincere thanks. The girl had to be invited to dinner at a restaurant of her own choosing. Mi Chen chose the most expensive restaurant, so why skimp? It was a Michelin restaurant with 10 stars. The ambience was fully in keeping with its status. It served fresh food and had a luxurious interior. Li Kong was definitely screwed because he wasn't sure if he could afford this restaurant for himself. The girl already had her evening dress ready. It was logical to assume that she probably went to places like this often. The guy didn't know where to put his gaze from his awkwardness. Mi Chen assumed that he had fallen in love with his sister's beauty, but in general, he didn't even bother to look at her. Besides, Mi Chen's fans didn't possess brains, and Li Kang didn't want to go to this group. In the meantime, the divine manager shouted throughout the restaurant. He was angry at the divine waiter for not serving the guests well, and ordered him to eat the broken glass as punishment. This conflict attracted Li Chen, but Mi Chen boringly explained for the guy not to look closely. After all, it was someone's divine servant. Li Teng had just entered the university, so he didn't know much about it. In addition to enrolling students with Divinity, Hanghai University was also recruiting students with talent in martial arts. These students possessed Divinity, so most of them chose to serve as divine servants to improve their own strength. After the ceremony, the servants will have the same divinity as their master. The stronger the masters are, the stronger the power of their servants will be. If the master is a god, the servant will also be blessed. There are chances of even becoming a demigod. But there were bad moments. For once, a student became a divine servant. His fate was in the master's hands until he died. It was very cruel, but it's a man's life. In reality, whether Li Kong is a divine path cultivator or a divine servant, it's all a struggle for destiny. However, a divine path cultivator or a divine servant shared the same fate. It's mutual annihilation, so most people would be kind to their divine servants. In order for her interlocutor not to be too sad, for Mi Chen could not allow such a thing with her company, she treated him to the famous beefsteak. The flavor of this steak was really great. The meat was melting in his mouth. Mi Chen felt better as Li Chang ate. Once they were done with their meal, the girl asked the waiter to give them the check, and Li Kang would pay for everything. This magnificent steak cost him 200 Shentu coins, but if he didn't have that kind of money, he could apply for a loan. He did have to take out, fortunately, an interest-free loan of 10,000 Shentu. To think, just a short time ago he arrived at college and he had already taken out a loan. This is the end. But Mi Chen hurriedly reassured him, because the interest-free loan is originally a welfare policy for students. Li Chang will be able to pay it back in installments. Big sister won't be fooled. I shouldn't have gotten discouraged. It was still only 8 o'clock in the evening, and the college nightlife was just beginning. Even though the boy just wanted to be quiet. That night, he decided for himself that he would never date a girl like Mi Chen. She still had the nerve to offer to buy Li Chen something with his money. Besides, Li Qiang didn't understand at all why his sister didn't want to find a servant to carry her bags. In general, Mi Chen thought about it and wanted to have a girl with strong physical strength and martial skills, since she had no physical strength. She used to have her eye on one of Li Kang's classmates, Zhao Sakura. But her sister changed her mind, because it seems like the girl wasn't a good fit. In principle, Li Chang found it to be a pretty good idea, but this was clearly beyond his expectations. Walking deep into the crowd, everyone glared at the girl standing in the center of the fountain. She was dressed just like Zhao Sakura in Li Kang's imagination. After taking a closer look, the guys noticed that it was indeed her. Li Cheng was joking, of course, but he couldn't even believe that such a thing was possible in reality. Zhao Sakura was burning with shame, standing in such a place and in such a place. Li Cheng wanted to help her, but she kept saying that he was mistaken, and no wonder she was saying that. The situation was really not good. But Li Cheng knew very well that it was her. He knew her character, and she probably wouldn't stand here and make a fool of herself for no reason. Li Cheng thought she had been treated unfairly or bullied. Sakura had really made a small mistake. Li Qiang's anger only grew stronger. He knew that he wasn't the only one who was the victim of bullying. The guy wanted Zhao Sakura to tell him everything. They were classmates after all, so he was willing to help her. Besides, even if he couldn't, they still had Lee Chen's sister, who didn't want to be dragged into this. Her feminine instincts told her that she had gotten herself into something very bad. Before thinking about how to help the girl, Lee Chen wondered who she had crossed the road with. She didn't even have time to say anything before a genie popped out of the lamp. It turned out that it was the girl who had provoked the genie. Lee Chong started to figure out why that uncle was holding Zhao Sakura. She must have apologized by now, so it should be over. Why make a fool out of her then? To prevent the kid from getting into another story, Lee Chen had to intervene. If Lee Chong didn't want to die, he had to stop talking and protect this damsel. And the reason for that was simple and weighty. That Jin teacher, he was a true deity, a lamp deity, and several times stronger than the two of them combined. He was also dissatisfied as he could see that these guys were in some trouble. Lee Chong didn't know what to say anymore, and switched to passive conversation. In order not to look like some kind of fiend in people's eyes, the genie asked the girl to explain herself what she had done. It all started on an ordinary evening when Zhao Sakura decided to go shopping at the night market once again. As she walked by, she noticed everyone making a wish near the wishing fountain. So she decided to make her own wish, but to do so, she had to flip a coin. Zhao Sakura made a wish that she would soon be able to start her spiritual path and gain more power. Usually, it was said that a wish would come true sooner if you put a coin into a magic lamp. So she decided to give it a try. As a result, this girl just broke the lamppost. So the genie punished her by making her keep the lamp there for 2 days. He saw nothing wrong with that. But Zhao Sakura didn't know at all that this genie was hiding in the lamp. The situation was twofold. Just like Big Sis said, this was not something that should have been interfered with. Suddenly, Lee Chen remembered an important business meeting and said goodbye to Mr. Jin. Lee Chen had some business to attend to as well. So they didn't linger and ran away, leaving the showdown to the perpetrators themselves. What a liar and traitor Lee Chen is. For saying such words, the Jin condemned the girl and ordered her to stand here and not leave until she listened to 100 wishes. Besides, the genie could hear what the girl wanted to wish for. His ability was that the simpler the wish, the more likely it was to be realized. But Zhao Sakura didn't have divine power at all, so if she made a wish, the genie wouldn't be able to transfer divinity to her. Zhao Sakura should be less irritable and behave herself. In a year or two, it would be hard for her to compete with these divine students. And physical strength is utterly useless against divine strength. No matter what, she wasn't going to be discouraged, because she was willing to do anything. Even if she had to sacrifice everything, she would get what she wanted. The new day started with news. It was revealed who had been causing trouble for Lee Chen all day. Sis was the first to know about it, but Lee Chang also guessed that it was probably Wang Qin. If it wasn't for his instigation, nothing would have happened. His assumption was correct, but Wang Qin himself was worthless and would not be able to oppose Lee Chang in any way. Yu Chang decided to give the guy some reference. There was information about Hanghai University. There were 3 families and 3 groups in the university, which formed 6 factions. The Vulcan group specialized in mining various natural ores and artificial alloys. The Van Shou group specialized in controlling the distribution of resources in the university. The Shadow group used the Adventure Alliance as a base and formed a group of adventurers and following different worlds. The Bai family was good at controlling animals and selling various creatures from different worlds. The Nong family specialized in medicine and also monopolized the supply of medicines to Hanghai University. The Wang family was in charge of the water transportation channel to Hangzhou. Except for the gods and demigod, everyone else had to go to the Wang family if they wanted to get to or from Hangzhou. Li Tseng didn't expect this family to be so powerful. He couldn't compete with them now. It looked like he would have to avoid them temporarily. But Yu Chang hurriedly reassured her brother not to worry too much. The Wang family was really powerful, and therefore they would hardly bother over some petty quarrels. Right now, the most important thing is the freshman competition, which will be in 2 months. As long as Li Chang performs well and inspires the teachers, Wang Jing won't dare to embarrass him again. In any case, the young man was confident that he would win this competition. But if another person like Zhao Sakura appeared here, it would be more difficult to cope. As an option, you could take up training in a separate room and increase your physical strength. Then you cannot be afraid of such opponents. Meanwhile, Wang Jing was bored, listening to his friend's stories and ogling passers-by. All of a sudden, his attention turned to Li Xian, who had arrived. The guy came here to buy 500 spiritual pills, but going to the store won't be so easy. Wang Qin couldn't miss the opportunity not to chat with his dear acquaintance. In addition, the elder decided to splurge and double the price of everything Li Kong wanted to buy. Li Cheng decided to ignore Wang Qing after all, and walk over to the other cell to quietly skimp and leave. But the guy was too persistent and kept doubling the price of everything Li Kong wanted to buy. Li Sang was simply bewildered and didn't understand what the elder was trying to do. Turns out it was no big deal. He just wanted to spend the money. And Li Kang won't be able to buy development resources at the exchange center tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow either. Li Tsong needed to keep his cool. The Wang family had extensive connections and a lot of development experience, and Wang Jing was part of this family. Well, Li Chang decided to give in after all, let the elder take care of the incapacitated ones, and he would tell the other elders about it. But this kind of ignoring only made Wang Qin angry. Did he allow Li Chen to leave? It turns out that Wang Qing thinks of himself as a soft-hearted person. He even decided to apologize for robbing Li Chang. So I decided to make it up to him this way. These guys were trying to backstab Li Chen in any way, but he continued to behave in a dignified manner and not fall for silly provocations. Wang Qing was already in anticipation that Junior would do something, but he just walked past ignoring them. Things were not going very smoothly. Wang Qing's friend noticed that all these slum boys were very tolerant and fearful, like ostriches. Wang Qing continued to be bored, but lastly decided to throw in a couple of caustic phrases. Molly. If a child like Li Qing died, his parents would be glad. Li Kang heard this. Alas, it was very difficult for him to ignore it. It brought back old memories for him. Li Tong's family never had any money. The poverty was such that one couldn't even give a family member a proper burial. Because of this, Li Qiang was not happy. There was no money, and he was left all alone. After the funeral, he would only be able to get the blessing of the Earth God, so that his father's body would not be destroyed. A man born into this world was turning to dust. This was the fate of poor people like them. As a youngster, Li Chen had to accept this reality, but he never stopped moving forward. Realizing that such gratuitous bullying and obsession on Wang Qing's part would not stop, Li Chang made a decision. After Li Qian's practice ended, the two of them would see each other on the battlefield. He promised that only one of them would come out alive from there. Li Kong remembered well the humiliation Wang Qing had done to him. But right now, his main task was to buy all the resources he needed to develop. 1 month wouldn't be enough if one only developed with natural energy. You had to get resources from the store, no matter how you did it. You could buy them from other students, or ask Big Sister about it, even though she had just told him today not to provoke the Wang family. Now Li Qian understood what she meant. The situation was not the most favorable, but its solution could be Liang Kun. This guy was hope. Through him we could try to get the resources we needed. Li Sang kept following his classmate and hiding the whole time, but it didn't go unnoticed. Li Sang decided to start from afar, and suggested eating together tonight since the guys hadn't seen each other in a long time. But Liang Kun decided to pretend like he didn't know this guy, and left wherever his eyes were. Talking this kid out was not an easy task either. But if Li Kong couldn't get his resources from him, then who would he buy them from then? Li Chang decided to try to talk, and once again, "Mo Liang Kun, don't you have any respect for me?" He respects me after all. Li Kong was generous today, and decided to get his classmate drunk at all. He was happy to have a little drink. The wine was good. Li Chang, as far as Liang Kun knew, was from a poor family, but he still invited his classmate to drink such good wine. Liang Kun was flattered. He couldn't tolerate such a thing, but he didn't want to be disrespectful either. Li Shang noticed that the guy was already prepared. Because of this, he revealed that he planned to buy some resources to develop through secondary channels with an increased price. Besides, he had seen Liang Kun come out of the exchange center not long ago. And for ordinary guys, there should always be an opportunity to earn money. Li Sang was willing to pay twice as much for his goods. Besides, he would remember his classmate for the rest of his life. Our young man prayed to all the gods that Liang Kun would agree to such terms. But in the end, he heard no. The normal price Liang Kun was quite happy with, at which price he was willing to sell his resources. Today, Liang Kun had seen everything Li Chang did in the exchange office. Back then, he was chased away because he only had 17 points of divinity. Only the lowest loans were available to Liang Kun. In fact, the university society lived by the law of the jungle. And Li Song only attracted Liang Kun because he dared to hurt the Wang family, and he was afraid to talk to him. Therefore, Liang Kun really admired Li Kong and gladly gave his resources. Unfortunately, there was nothing else he could do to help. Brother Kun was drunk. He couldn't even speak anymore. The alcohol had loosened his tongue, so much so that he even confessed his admiration for him, even though they had feuded at school before. This time, Li Kang decided to start absorbing all these life energy pills. There were 100 in one pouch. The most important thing was that he didn't overdo it. Meanwhile, the masseuse, or one-night stand girl, was praising Wang Qin's muscles with every possible word. Wang Xing really practiced every day and was ready to show off his most manly body part. But the compliments from the girl still didn't end. She was ready to swear he was the strongest man she had ever seen. But such a compliment stirred up his recent memories from half a month ago. Wang Qing is an emotional person. He couldn't help himself and hit the lady and chased her away. The girl didn't understand at all what had happened, but she had to leave nonetheless, or else Wang Qing was ready to kill her. Wang Xing recalled that look in Li Qing's eyes when he had challenged him to a battlefield that would end in the death of one of them. This was an important fight for him. He tried to find out any new information about his enemy, but before that, he hadn't even sent anyone to follow Li Chang. The information just couldn't be gotten out of nowhere. Wang Qing ordered to find Li Chang and kill him. The servant didn't really want to do that, as he realized that killing people on campus could lead to expulsion. But the gentleman didn't really care about that. His emotional state was more important. He continued to demand to kill Li Kang, and he would take care of all the resources in development for his assistant after the task. The servant knew exactly what would happen to him in case he failed. A month later, Li Kang continued to consume the divine energy pills. Finally, the 500 pills ran out. For the past month and a half, all those 500 divine energy pills had been used to replenish his mental power. He decided to use his spiritual power to speed up the evolution of the divine world. In his divine realm, the seasons changed and countless lives died in the cold winter. Dead life turned into food to create new life. Reincarnation strengthened the divine realm repeatedly. Now the divine realm is completely new. And in turn, Li Tang's divine power had also increased from around 300 points to 800 points. Agreeing with this trend, Li Tang would soon be able to enter the realm of visions. The golden ancient crow wasn't standing still either. Now that the realm had progressed so much, the bird could also absorb the new energy of heaven and earth. In a matter of minutes, the crow in front of us was not just some fat crow, but a hot bird. Her feathers were sparkling with energy through heat. All life in the divine world could now evolve with Li Qian's new strength. Absolutely every living thing became much stronger. Well, as for Yang Yang, he was the same as he was originally. Li Sang had only read short stories before. He didn't even expect to spend a whole month cultivating. His physical body was almost petrified. No wonder the new students were not disturbed from school, leaving to cultivate in a separate room. Li Chang wanted to order takeout, but noticed a bunch of missed messages and calls. Liang Kun was still trying to call him. The guy was shocked when Li Kang finally called him back. Ling Kun, in turn, almost broke his leg, all to find Li Kang. He couldn't speak in a normal tone of voice, but was literally shouting. It looked like something serious had happened. The guys eventually agreed to meet, but Liang Kun pissed off Li Kang for some reason, even though the relationship between them had changed. The guy was supposed to wait for Li Chen downstairs but couldn't stand it and still came to his room, where he received a slap on the forehead, completely by accident. The classmate was very angry that Li Chang didn't check his phone at all. But Li Chang was more concerned about how his brother got injured. It turns out that Liang Kun fell from the sky, but they'll talk about the injury later. Something happened that even caught Zhao Sakura's eye. She was going to challenge Tianlu. Tianlu was a test left by the ancient gods. Almost all the universities of the gods' path had Tianlu test points. That one could ascend the heavenly steps symbolized being recognized by the gods and having the qualifications to become a god. Students who reached the peak of Tianlu were living legends for every university. Therefore, the school rewarded students who reached the peak with a sum of 10,000 shengtu. But the heavenly steps were very dangerous. Each Tianlu stage contained the strongest pressure compared to the previous one. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, there was a son of a genius whose atheist blood was comparable to that of a god's son. But he died in Tianlu. It seems Zhao Sakura wanted to put herself in danger, but why? What came before this decision? As we recall, the freshman competition is coming up in half a month. Liang Kun went to the library to look for materials and see what else he could do to improve his divinity. There was no way he expected Zhao Sakura to be there, reading a book. At that time, Liang Kun thought that since they were all classmates, it would be good to talk after a long break. But neither of them expected what would happen next. They decided to read books together, but that's when the seniors approached them. The seniors remembered Liang Kun and Zhao Sakura as they were from Li Chang's hometown. Completely unexpectedly, They began to move closer without even introducing themselves. The elders wanted to ask them something, but the way they were acting, it was gross. Li Kang was sometimes seen in the company of Zhao Sakura and Liang Kun, so the elders wondered where Li Kang was hiding now. But even the classmates didn't know that. It was obvious that these bastards would not just give up and would beg for information until the last minute. Zhao Sakura, in a fit of disgust at the stranger's touch, punched the creep at half strength. Once she managed to quickly fight back, together with Liang Kun, they hurriedly rushed out of here. Some decided to stay behind, as it was pointless to run after them. But some were very persistent and rushed after them. They ran for quite a while. Eventually they were led into some kind of trap. They had to stop after all, as Tianlu was ahead of them. Liang Kun knew very well that they would be crushed as soon as they entered it. Eventually the seniors caught up with them. The boys were trapped. They couldn't enter the Pul Lu, but if they stayed here, these idiots wouldn't let them go. Liang Kun was already completely disappointed and thought it was over, but for Zhao Sakura, it was just beginning. She made a very desperate decision. She decided to stay here by herself, and sent her brother flying to call someone for help. In the end, Zhao Sakura was caught by one of the elders, but she didn't want to give up and fought as hard as she could. But alas, the senior wasn't so easily hurt, deftly dodging Sakura's punches and eventually attacking her. The guy had an interesting ability. He was quite agile, flexible. Unfortunately, it would be almost impossible for Zhao Sakura to deal with him. The senior was much more experienced as it was. He was following the divine body path, which included supernatural flexibility. It was indeed very difficult for Sakura to get out. The divine path of flexibility was the best way to overcome stiffness with softness. The seniors continued to ask their questions about Lee Chen. They were still curious about the guy's location, but the girl didn't change her answer. They thought she was lying and just didn't want to give up Lee Chen, so they decided to use harsher measures. Things were not good. The seniors were encroaching on Zhao Sakura's honor and no amount of pleading worked. These perverts trusted that with a divinity-less student like Zhao Sakura, the university wouldn't investigate the incident for too long. Her mother had once told her that a girl's body was a jewel. The body could only be shown to boys who loved, cherished, and protected the girl. Zhao Sakura then told herself and her mom that she was able to protect herself and wanted to protect her mom like her father. And at some point, Dad started to take Sakura from her mother's arms. No matter how much she screamed and tried to break free, she was being held. Mom was about to leave, but that didn't mean the mother was leaving. Because the girl didn't have divine power, the mother could no longer be with her daughter. Countless requests to let go turned to open threats that alarmed the elders. After some reminiscing, the girl found the strength to throw off the other man's hands. Zhao Sakura became stronger several times. She couldn't let some hubbies touch her body. The boys appreciated the girl's abilities and realized that the older ones had to be tougher on her. Whether it was mom then or the situation now, it was all due to lack of divine power. Instead of falling into the clutches of those scum once again, Zhao Sakura preferred Tianlu. She believed that even if she died in this trial, she still wanted to have divine power, even at the cost of her life. After Zhao Sakura threw Liang Kun out, he tried to contact her, but he had no information about her at all, and he didn't expect to meet Li Kang. Zhao Sakura had been in Tianlu for about half a day. There was no telling what could have happened to her in that time. These jerks had enticed completely uninvolved people. Li Chen was racked with resentment. In any case, standing still was not something Li Chen was going to do. He wanted to get to Tianfei. Before going there, Liang Kun offered to tell his sisters as well as his teacher. He had met a strong type there before, so he was a bit afraid. But Li Chen didn't want to entice anyone else. At least there was no need to do so. The guy decided that he could solve his problems on his own. The elders didn't dare to enter Tianlu. For now, they decided to wait near the stairs where they were already worried about the pressure. They were well aware that the girl was asking for death, and if she died soon, they would be responsible for it. Zhao Sakura had indeed been in Tianlu for a long time. The guys were already starting to worry that it was quite possible that she had died. There were indeed many deaths recorded in this place, but in the other guy's opinion, this was nonsense. Tianlu had long been equipped with a system that sent anyone who failed to hold on outside. The only question that remained was, how did Zhao Sakura stay there? It seemed impossible, because these guys wouldn't have lasted a single minute even though they had divine powers. But one of them managed to last even 3 minutes, which our hero appreciated. This dude was already waiting for him, besides inciting Lee Chen to hide like an ostrich. According to the school rules, the duel had to take place in a special arena. Fighting due to personal circumstances was not allowed. If these jerks killed Li Kang, they would be expelled, but the Wang family would provide them with training resources. The guy had already decided to make a mess right at the entrance of Tianlu. After all, even the disciplinary committee wouldn't reach here. This is why the punishment did not frighten the instigators, for they hoped that no one would see this battle. Most likely these guys were not confident in their abilities as they were fighting 4 against 1. A duel was not. On top of that, they also started restricting Lee Chen's movements, so that he couldn't even dodge their punches. In that case, he had to use more sophisticated techniques like high-voltage discharge. These guys had long since overstepped their boundaries. Lee Sang didn't even see the point of negotiating with them, so he decided to act at full strength to not give them a chance to win. While Lee Sang was being attacked by a person with the Divine Metal Sword Path, a guy who was walking on the Divine Metal Archery Path also ambushed him. While he was aiming with his bow, Lee Chang deftly dealt with his opponent and cut off his sword-like arm. Still never releasing an arrow, Lee Chang in impatience had already decided to attack himself as soon as he straightened up the other. With the help of his divine power, he had no trouble dealing with all 3 opponents. His thunder skills had improved greatly. I wonder what the 4th elder who started it all is capable of. And after all, it had only been a month and a half and Lee Kang had become so strong, unlike some people. To think that suddenly a freshman forced this scumbag to deal with him personally. I thought I'd stand back while the others dealt with him. But no, it didn't. The guy was so impressed by Lee Chen's strength that he wasn't shy to admit it out loud. But of course, not without mocking him. This guy possessed firepower as well as thunder skills. This thing was incredibly powerful when attacking. Besides, if memory served Lee Chen, his golden raven in the divine realm also had the power of fire. Our hero saw no chance of a real direct battle with him, so he decided to take a chance and try something. Lee Kang decided to borrow the firepower of the golden ancient raven. The guy was really strong and cruel if he could kill a weaker man so easily. But brutality and strength in one person don't last long. Lee Sang decided to remind this smartass that he wasn't the only one who could use fire. In fact, there was nothing to relax about. The enemy, thinking that he had managed to defeat Lee Chen with the first strike, was completely relaxed and did not expect another strike. He had no time to defend himself. But it wasn't even the timing. He was confused. After all, what he saw was unbelievable. He remembered that Lee Kang had used the Divine Thunder Path, so how did he switch to fire? It was certainly not a problem for Lee Kang, but the senior shouldn't have gotten worked up about it. He just didn't expect that someone like Lee Kang could be enrolled, and a senior's fire skill is no better than any freshman's. The senior was clearly hurt by those words. Because of this, he hurriedly showed the guy what true divine power was. But so far, Lee Kang didn't look very amazed. Maybe finally now this arrogant kid finally appreciates the strength of his elder. Lee Kang realized that the elder seemed to be very exhausted and was stalling for his demise. The senior had seen a lot of unusual things today. This student surprised him every time. Usually none of the freshmen could block his punch, but Lee Chang was no longer at the divine defense stage as the scum thought. Be that as it may, it was now Lee Kang's turn. As a sophomore, the senior immediately realized that he couldn't stop this force. His instinct for self-preservation was literally screaming, "We have to get out," so he ran away. But I'm afraid that didn't save him. He should only hope that it wasn't too powerful, and that his body was able to withstand it. Lee Tang really controlled his strength, and fortunately or unluckily did not kill him. In any case, he didn't want to leave for the university early. At this moment, something incredible happened. The entrance to Tianlu began to sparkle with bright colors. It seems there hasn't been a change like this in over 500 years. All the gods felt this moment. It was clear to them that this had happened in Tianlu. For 500 years, Tianlu had not reacted, and today's reaction seemed to be something incredible and supernatural. Li Chang, who had not had time to move away from the battle, still couldn't believe what he was seeing now. His classmate Zhao Sakura had reached the very peak of Tianlu. Once there, everyone thought that the girl was walking to her death, but she managed to improve. To think about it was an ordinary day, but one moment changed a lot of things. Those who followed the path of the god immediately realized that something was happening near Tianlu. Zhao Sakura was like a squeezed lemon. She could barely stand on her feet, so Li Chen had to put his arm around her to prevent her from falling. Li Chang sincerely apologized to the girl for getting her into this mess. In any case, he had already made an agreement with the guys and they would not harass her anymore. The girl had been trying to catch her breath the whole time, and she didn't feel well. She didn't have any pain, but she had a strange feeling. She still felt like she was there in Tianlu right now and thought the guys were too. To at least help Zhao Sakura, Li Chang tried to find out more information and what happened in Tianlu. She was about to start her story, but a loud voice interrupted her. With martial arts, God Lun Wu shouting so loudly, not only did the students get wind that something was wrong, but the other gods did as well. Cloud goddess Yun Nian Yin also wanted to know who the genius was, who managed to peek in Tianlu. A while later, the earth god Di Wuya, who was a low-level god, came over. Who had ascended to Tianlu after all? The gods were dying of curiosity. The lamp god Dan Xiao even found out that the Fulin stone tablet that was at the end of Tianlu had been destroyed. This struck everyone in shock, but only one god Lun Wu didn't understand anything here. He had to turn to his sister for an explanation, which she was also surprised by. Lun Wu was already a deity. He had studied for a long time and didn't know about this tablet. However, the Fulin stone tablet is the final test of Tianlu, and also the reward for those who have reached the top. If you understand its secrets, you can get the blessing of the ancient gods. Only students could climb to the top of Tianlu, but then, how could they destroy the plaque? Destroying a stone tablet is a criminal offense. Dan Xiao demanded that it be reported to the school immediately. Perhaps some organization had invaded the school, otherwise the plaque couldn't have self-destructed. Jin suddenly noticed the 3 students who were standing still and silent, as if they were passing by. However, he wasn't even thinking of suspecting them, just wondering if they had seen any suspicious people around. The attention alone was enough for Dan Xiao to begin to suspect this girl, for she smelled just like Tianlu. But how was that possible, he asked himself. Jin understood everything, so he decided to ask the 3 of them. Li Chang had once hinted to her not to expose herself because it was a crime. But she still gave herself away. Yunyan found herself even expecting this from Zhao Sakura, and was already demanding the details of this journey. Zhao Sakura didn't care anymore. It was just a matter of what would happen. There was nothing to hide, and it looked like there would be no escape from the punishment anyway. The story began with the fact that when the girl entered Tianlu, she was blinded by a very bright light. But when you opened your eyes, you could see a stairway to the sky. It must have been the end of the path. After the bright light disappeared, Zhao Sakura walked up the stairs, which was very hard. The pressure was unbelievably intense. Her body was starting to crack, but her stubbornness kept her back up.
She couldn't walk, speak, she was still in front.
Zhao Sakura was injured, rendered unconscious because she couldn't bear the strain of passing Tianlu. But she looked quite healthy now. It was also a mystery to her why this had happened. But consciousness didn't let her go completely. She was still able to wake up, but she couldn't remember what had happened before. It felt like a fog, like she was in some kind of dream. Suddenly she realized that she wasn't hurt at all. She thought that since her body was fine, she could continue to climb. But as soon as she started walking upwards, all the wounds erupted again, and even more of them. The girl sprawled on the steps again. She had no strength to walk or even stand up. Well, for some reason she woke up from some dream. It was a story that evoked different emotions from the audience, as if it was a complete nonsense, and Sakura had hit her head. And yet no one interrupted her. After she managed to control herself, she still made it to the top. It seemed as if it was the end. At the very top, she came across the very plaque. There she read that after reaching the top of the path, she might not be rewarded by the deities. And then she realized that this was the final test. She thought then that this particular stone was testing her power. In that case, she prepared to strike. She wanted to show everyone, including herself, what she was capable of since she had managed to get to this peak. After she managed to hit the stone table, it didn't just shatter, but began to shine with a blindingly bright light. But after that, Zhao Sakura was somehow thrown out of Tianlu. The girl's story was still questionable, so until they checked, they wouldn't know if it was true. Lun Wu, in order to check, started to pressurize them with a lot of pressure. Li Chang was still holding on, but it was not easy for him. Liang Kun fell down from the pressure, but the girl, she didn't care. This seemed impossible. Lun Wu's pressure couldn't be considered strong, but it wasn't much weaker than the pressure in Tianlu. Zhao Sakura's words were confirmed after all. Zhao Sakura was afraid of the anger of the gods after all. She really didn't want to ruin anything, and promised that she would be able to figure out a way to make amends. This whole situation happened because of Lee Chen. That he knew. But he could hardly bear the consequences. He was already thinking of running away. But Sakura was asking for help. He couldn't leave her. Li Chang still stood up for Zhao Sakura. After all, she didn't do all this on purpose, and great people like them should have forgiven her transgression. Besides, the girl was far below in ability and status, but spoiling the teaching property deserved to be punished. Lun Wu offered the girl to join him in the Martial Spirit Academy. Such a violent disciple. Lun Wu wanted to train him personally. Not only that, he felt it was his duty. But in order to prevent her colleague from harassing the students, Yunyan threw that pervert far away. Such a charming girl should have gone to the Yun Spiritual Academy, the goddess of clouds. Of course, such an act, Lun Wu was not going to get away with it and decided to strike with a punch. But he didn't go where God wanted him to go. Yunyan didn't just carry the status of a god for nothing. She had a pretty good reaction, which helped her bounce back from the blow in time. Fortunately, Zhao Sakura wasn't injured either. But the arguments didn't end there. The other gods also wanted to get their academy such a talented student. There was no arguing that Zhao Sakura was talented. The gods only had to show the advantage of their academies. Even Dan Xiao wanted to lure the girl he had just recently thought was nothing, and her physical strength meaningless. He could offer her the luxury that he thought it was worthy. The students were completely lost. They thought the wrath of God would come upon them, but something went wrong, which was even better. The arguments continued, but a commanding voice managed to draw attention to itself. His appearance was extremely unexpected, for he did not appear in person. Mi Qian and Yu Chang were already on their way to Tianlu, and on the way, they met quite a few people who also wanted to gawk at what had happened. From far away, the guys immediately realized that there was someone new there. The one who usually didn't show up in person was the principal. The situation was getting more and more confusing. Rumors that there was a new director spread very quickly. Everyone wanted to see not only what happened in Tianlu, but also the new headmaster. Everyone was delighted when they first saw him, but no one knew what kind of robot was next to him. Earlier, they had been told that there would be a new principal and a head of security. The principal in turn condemned the teachers for wanting so badly to get what they wanted so badly, and yet their desire put enormous pressure on the students, which was no different from the bandits. As a consequence, they have to talk to the principal in the office. After dealing with the teachers, the principal moved on to the student who had climbed to the top of Tianlu. Zhao Sakura was already expecting some kind of punishment, but the principal reminded him that for over 500 years, no one had been able to climb Tianlu. It was praiseworthy. He also hoped that Zhao Sakura would perform well in the next rookie competition. In addition, the principal was aware of all the difficulties Li Tsang faced. The university encouraged fights between students, but did not support students who harassed their classmates by taking advantage of their marital status. Such students who neglected their position would be dealt with by the Academic Affairs Office. The principal hoped that this would serve as a lesson to other students as well. Some would not be so sweet. The principal felt that this was the end of the conflict. Wang Qing agreed, for he didn't want to cause the principal's displeasure. Li Chang wasn't worth it. But Li Qing himself did not agree with this arrangement. This caused Wang Qing himself to be surprised. First of all, Li Chang was grateful to the principal for his kindness, but each person saw the situation differently. This incident caused a storm of negative emotions in Li Kang's mind, even though it might have seemed trifling to some. If this conflict is mended by the principal, Li Kang will lose his courage in the future. When he faces difficulties again, he will put the responsibility on other people out of habit. Therefore, as he and Wang Qing had decided earlier a month ago, they would have a duel tomorrow. This was where the sisters were taken aback when they first learned that Li Kang had decided to fight Wang Qing. Although they had previously warned him so much against it, it was obvious. Wang Qing didn't like this idea much, even though he spoke completely differently. If Li Kang demanded just such a solution to the conflict, the principal had nothing against it and gave the okay. Meanwhile, the vice-chancellor of the imperial court, Shui Shen, was talking to his young friend who had decided to return to China to attend university. The guest was not understood by his father nor Shui Shen. He was back in the country and he should have chosen a university that suited his level, not Hanhai. But this was his native land, so he wanted to stay here. A meeting with an important guest was interrupted by a student. There was a very urgent matter. There was trouble. It was about young master Wang Qing. He and new apprentice Li Qiang had agreed on a competition on Leitang, an athletic competition with the losers being eliminated at each stage, all of which was taking place right in front of the headmaster. Shuishan couldn't believe his ears that the noble lord wanted to fight a new student, and the best part is that even the principal agreed to it. In that case, Shui Shen ordered him to tell Wang Qing that he was the young master of the Wang family and not a local brat. Shui Shen was furious when he found out that Wang Qing had decided to do something so stupid, and was thinking of ways to prevent it from happening. Back to the guest, Shui Shen hoped that the family scandal didn't make him laugh too much. Wang Qing's opponent was only a freshman, which meant that there was no need to worry about it. The guest remembered Wang Qing after all. He was Shui Shen's own grandson. At first glance, he showed good promise. Shui Shen's eldest son also had good abilities, but he didn't end up becoming a god. Qing, on the other hand, had no outstanding abilities compared to his young friend Shui Shen. The heir of the X family, the sun god's divine traveler, was someone who inherited true divine power, a child with the spiritual power of the first generation. Wang Qing's father, Wang Fu, as soon as he heard the news, immediately began to reprimand his son. After all, he could cause the Wang family to lose face. And how would the other 5 clans react to this? How could the young master of the Wang family stoop to fighting with a freshman? But on the other hand, there were so many people watching at that moment. Plus, there was the principal. Wang Qing could have lost face back then if he had refused this duel. And since Wang Qing had already gotten involved, he must definitely win at any cost. There would already be a competition tomorrow. Li Cheng had spent all his free time cultivating to prepare properly, but he had guests coming over. The sisters and classmates remembered well that Li Kang was fighting Wang Qing tomorrow, so they came to wish him good luck. Zhao Sakura wished with all her heart for good luck, and for him to beat that guy who was bullying them. Li Chang simply had no right to lose after eating Liang Kun's divine energy pills. But one should not forget that the Wang family has a lot of influence. Wang Qing will definitely take a lot of divine energy pills. Due to this, Li Qing might get hurt. Li Qiang was of course aware of the risks, so he wasn't 100% sure that he could win. In any case, if it failed, he could still summon a golden raven from the god realm to help him fight. But what Li Qiang feared the most was that after this, everyone would know about his god realm. Mi Qian had of course anticipated that such a situation could happen. And she had also noticed long ago that Wang Qing was very displeased. Because of this, to ensure Li Qian's victory, Sis decided to do things the way she liked. The large arena of Hanhai Academy resembled a huge coliseum. It was here that the fates of many students were decided. The news that Li Chang had defied the Wang family spread quickly. People speculated that he had set it up on purpose to get compensation for his injuries, or he was just crazy. Be that as it may, it might have affected the younger generation of the Wang family, and they could use a boost in the prestige of their family name. Many people came to the arena, gods and ordinary students alike, and for some reason the head of the order guard appeared. Li Cheng appeared before his opponent and waited patiently. At this moment, he was very anxious, but he didn't dare to show it. Today, he would do his best. Initially, it seemed as if it was raining, but afterwards it became clear that the enemy had arrived and also decided to appear spectacularly. Wang Qing, like his family, followed the divine path of water elements. For some reason, on this day, he decided to manifest his divine nature in front of people. Li Chang doesn't even have the school year yet, as he's already fighting with the upperclassmen. His life was filled with adventures. Wang Qing clearly did not expect Li Qing to dare to come after all. Of course, he felt obliged to remind himself that the less intelligent a person was, the more courageous they were. But Li Qing dared to not only come, but also fight Wang Qing. He was not going to waste his time here. Since both sides were in place, we could start choosing locations. The choice of location existed so that students would develop their combat abilities in different locations. In each competition, one of the 5 main locations was randomly selected. How unexpected it was. The map confirmed the characteristic of the water terrain. It seemed as if Wang Qing was lucky, but the creep was cheating. Wang Qing once again tried to deceive everyone and took advantage of his position. What has he got to lose? This outcome Li Chang was not very happy about. The fight would indeed be harder than Li Chang had hoped for. But now there was nowhere to go. The contest was beginning. To seize the initiative, our hero decided to attack first with his lightning bolt. Wang Qing managed to move away from the first attack without any problems, but 4 more followed. And yet, Li Cheng had absolutely no shot, so why did he take the initiative to attack? Yu Chang might have believed that the gap between Li Cheng and Wang Qing was too big, which meant that they couldn't have a battle of attrition. Therefore, Li Kang wanted to rely on the thunder attribute technique and speed, and to do so, he was taking the initiative. But so far, Wang Qing had handled Li Qing quite easily. He had yet to harm his enemy as Wang Qing's defense was at an all-time high. This of course affected the mood. If Wang Qing still remained calm, Li Cheng was a bit nervous and had a harder time controlling his strength. He hoped that he could at least hit Wang Qing this time, but he intercepted his arm while still in flight, furthermore sentencing that the punch was too slow. Subsequently receiving a retaliatory strike, Li Chen had to fly a long distance away and slammed into the wall. But the fight didn't end there. Wang Qing couldn't help but use his water advantage and of course caused a huge torrent of water that was like a tsunami. Whether Lee Chen was happy or not, before the competition began, Senior Mi Chen and Yu Cheng prayed for him using all sorts of paraphernalia. The power of the water attack wasn't particularly strong, and yet Li Kang somehow couldn't get close to his enemy. This wasn't supposed to be like this. As if reading Wang Qing's thoughts, Wang Qing assumed that Li Qing was thinking about why on earth he couldn't get Wang Qing with the thunder attribute. Then he pointed at the ground. Li Chen didn't need to explain anything else. He realized that the swamp was hindering his acceleration. Wang Qing decided to remind why so many people came here to watch them fight. The reason was because Wang Qing is the master of the Wang family. Secondly, it seemed to the newcomer that he had gained the support of the upperclassmen and dared to challenge the senior student who had shown his divine essence. Their difference wasn't just in combat experience. But now Wang Qing was ready to show Li Qing what divine strength was. The tsunami strike that Wang Qing had just made was so powerful that it even reached the top of the arena. This relative of the deputy director Wang Qing was quite good, Jin thought. And indeed, this technique was beyond the power of most divine underwater elemental travelers. But using it against a freshman wasn't very fair. Wang Qing had 2,935 points of divine power. There was a huge gap between Li Qing and him. There was no chance of victory. In that case, Zhao Sakura didn't understand at all, so why continue this fight? But the answer to it was simple. Because Li Sang didn't need to win. Only that answer raised even more questions and resentment. Since this competition involved Wang Qing with his status and privileges against an ordinary freshman, the outcome of the competition with Wang Qing winning was inevitable. In fact, it didn't make any difference whether Wang Qing won or lost. Li Qing only needed to make his loss less embarrassing. Either way, then he would end up winning. What kind of pride would Wang Qing have in defeating a freshman? Besides, making a non-embarrassing loss wasn't hard to do, thanks to one thing that Mi Chen gave Li Qing. This thing would definitely not allow Wang Qing to give Wang Qing an easy victory. Now the calm mood had completely disappeared from Wang Qing's face. At this point, he already thought that he had won. But Li Qing had managed to utilize the divine abilities of the tree attribute. In the first year, Mi Chen had already fought with Wang Qing. Her abilities were definitely superior to him. Thanks to the seed, it was possible to win this game. But the most important thing was to watch the consumption of divine energy. Wang Qing realized where the help was coming from. Though with outside help, the freshman managed to manage a really high level of divine skill. However, such divine power had a limit. Wang Qing was angry even though he said otherwise. This time, he decided to use his heavenly sword, which was much stronger than the previous technique. This caused discord among the crowd. To think that Mr. Wang couldn't defeat a freshman and had to use a heavenly sword to do so. Wang Qing's divine power was at its peak. In this strike, he concentrated all of his strength so that the water penetration would immediately destroy Li Qian. This stream of water was high pressure. Wang Qing missed a little, but even so, Li Qian would suffer a lot. This was also the kind of technique Wang Qing used when he fought Mi Qian. Due to the high pressure of the water flow, the force with which Wang Qing pierced the tree also increased. But the attacks didn't end there. Wang Qing decided to use triple water penetration. And yet Li Qiang's speed had increased several times. It was all because the swamp had no boundaries. Now our hero's speed was at an all-time high, but would he be able to handle it properly? Wang Qing had excellent hiding and running away skills, just like an ordinary girl. Because of this, Li Kong suggested that like real men, they should fight in hand-to-hand combat. Don't tell me that girls like this Wang Qing's long-range attack style. He'll fight like his mommy in hand-to-hand combat too. To be more convincing, Li Chen had to repeat his words, for Wang Qing really did look like a girl. Didn't he have the courage? If he has the courage, let him attack. Wang Qing was already racing at the speed of light, but he suddenly started to slow down and stopped altogether. Li Chen said all these words to piss him off, and because it was the truth. But in the end, this method didn't work. Wang Qing managed to control himself. However, Wang Qing wasn't as stupid as he seemed before. So now Li Qing would have to put in some effort. Li Sang this time decided to use his trademark trapdoor that he had learned a few months ago. Let's take into account the fact that Wang Qing couldn't attack at long range now either. So how would he get out of it now? No one expected that a freshman would have so many divine abilities. Wang Qing had to defend himself. How long would his defense last? The esteemed deputy was busy and was unable to honor with his presence his grandson's duel, but learned of the results through other people. But there was nothing to talk about because there were no results yet. Everyone was confident that victory would definitely be for the young lord. But the battle situation was a little unsettling. With each strike, Wang Qing was more and more surprised by the abilities of his opponent, who had clearly underestimated him. Wang Qing still survived after such a blow, but it was also time for him to flee from his own strength. Blocking the thunder attack with the water wall wasn't the best option. The whole thing was shattered to pieces. In addition, Wang Qing had to flee from his own water power himself. To think that a freshman could use such divine power. There was no name for this technique, but it looked quite interesting, which was appreciated by everyone present. Young Master Wang's defense wall had been shattered by the freshman's reception. Everyone was whispering about it. Wang Qing tried to console himself with the fact that he was the young master of the Wang family, and hoped that everyone saw his talent in using divine power. But he had to admit that the newcomer was able to hurt him. What a shame. What has the Wang family come to? Following the disappointment came anger and hatred. Wang Qing wished with all his heart to kill Li Cheng, for he was now disgraced by him, and the crowd only shouted for him to not give up and attack harder. Mi Qian in turn supported Li Chen. Wang Qing could no longer use his water penetration. He had no divine power left at all. If the young man could hold on a little longer, he would be able to even the score. Yu Chang didn't understand at all. How was Li Qing still holding on? Besides, he was ready to continue the fight. He still had his strength, and his opponent was not good at all, though he tried to be heroic. This time he wanted to use his electromagnetism, but it suddenly rained. Even the gods were fed up with this rain, spoiling the students' whole performance. If it went like this, there was no point in watching the competition in the downpour. The weather and the terrain were on Wang Qing's side. Things were definitely bad. Rain would be good for me right now. As for divine travelers, in order to use divine abilities or one's own skills, one must expend divine power. The higher the level, the greater the divine power. If someone used their own skills to create something out of nowhere, divine abilities were spent in the same ratio. After the traveler reveals his divine essence to people, he gains the ability to interact with nature. In other words, one could spend less energy using the same techniques. In the beginning, the terrain was already favorable for Wang Qing. Now it was raining, and he wouldn't have to waste his divinity at all. But Li Qing was in a dangerous position. If heaven wanted Li Qian's death, then Wang Qing felt obligated to submit to that will. Of course the rain showed up very unwillingly, but we had to get out of it somehow. Plus there was only one seed left for the tree vine to hit. Wang Qing was attentive and understood exactly what his opponent wanted to do. Therefore, he tried to prevent him from taking advantage of the power of the wood attribute. So he decided to just flood Li Chang in his water. Things were bad enough as it was, but it got even worse, because this hydrogen had too powerful a gravitational force. The tree vine seeds were useless. Li Chen was simply being sucked into the depths. Mi Qian was getting more than a little nervous, and even suggested that Li Chen give up the fight. He couldn't be so stubborn. No one would judge him anyway. Li Chen was too young and inexperienced. Next time, he would be able to regain the victory. Next time. Suddenly, our hero realized that he had indeed been running away all the time. He was so weak that he could only save himself by running away. But the moment his parents were hurt, he couldn't stay away anymore. He wasn't going to take it anymore. Therefore, he asked for help from his god realm to give him full power. Wang Qing had provoked him, and now he would pay for it. Wang Qing's strength did not leave him, but rather increased. All he had to do was push off. It seemed as if this guy was crazy, because everyone was running out of energy. But before Li Cheng attacked, Wang Qing tried to act fast and grab him early. Right now, Li Chen's main thing was to calculate the distance, that the ejection was apt. Wang Qing didn't have time to do anything. The seed flew right up to his nose. It was too late to run away. Li Cheng tied both of them into vines, even knowing that Wang Qing could still control the water to finish him off. Li Cheng wanted to remind the young master of something. The heavier the rain was, the more thunder and lightning. It seemed as if the young man had gone crazy after all. This energy would kill them both. This was true, but Li Cheng hadn't gone crazy. After all, he was just a pathetic freshman student. Trading Li Cheng for young Master Wang, it's very profitable no matter what. The spectators watched this fight intently, but could not understand what was going on. The fog was so thick that you couldn't see what was happening on the field at all. Li Cheng managed to even the score, but were they still alive? In the end, this battle between a freshman and a sophomore was very cool. Finally, the fog became less dense. The surfaced Wang Qing, who was unconscious, could be seen. Our freshman was floundering around in the water, but luckily he was alive. The newcomer has managed to get a hold of the wood and seems to have. He has defeated young Master Wang. It was an incredible battle. Today Li Cheng looked fear straight in the eye and realized that he was not the coward he had seen himself as before. Student Wang Qing could no longer continue the fight, and this freshman was all incredible. Li Kong deservedly won his victory. The girls' tears of joy were flowing. So happy they were that their ward had won after all, even though they hadn't even counted on it. The gods recognized that this kid had great potential. No wonder he didn't fall under the influence of Lunwu's pressure. After such a competition, a rookie could successfully enter any top university, and even the Martial Spirit Academy if he wanted to. But this fight also raised suspicion on whether Li Kang had some secret. Right now, the medical department had to take the two students to the infirmary, and the supply department had to drain the site of water. Suddenly, the head of the guard decided to approach Li Tsang to help, which agitated him.
At the same moment, the deputy director, Wang Qing's grandfather, also appeared. No one expected him to come. Well, some people didn't even know where he came.
Li Cheng also didn't have time to notice when the deputy was behind his back. But he did notice that he had stepped onto the water without a single wave. The deputy director's appearance caused whispers throughout the arena, but in an instant everyone fell silent to see what he would do next. The fame of this competition spread very quickly, so Shui Shen decided to watch it too. But the superintendent suggested that we discuss it all later. Of course, Shui Shen couldn't resist such a thing, and even did a favor by removing all the water himself. Such power was impressive, for in an instant the entire site was completely drained. And for that, the deputy director only had to lift a finger. Afterward, he ordered Wang Qing to take Wang Qing to the infirmary. But what about Li Chang? So far, Wang Qing's grandfather didn't look hostile. And yet the presence of him, Li Qing, couldn't relax. Who knows what to expect from him? There may always be resentment hiding behind a smiling face. But when will it break out? Li Chang completely didn't understand what he wanted to do. But fortunately, the head of security asked him not to scare the students. But Mr. Wang was misunderstood. Shui Shen actually just wanted to treat Li Kong's disciple. Li Tang had suffered a minor injury. He wouldn't need a medical center. And indeed, Shui Shen hadn't even touched Li Tang as his wound had completely disappeared. As the competition was over, the vice principal asked them to leave the playground as soon as possible. Later, everyone had to start preparing for their studies and the freshman competition. At this, the deputy director said goodbye. The gods didn't want to linger either. And Li Tseng was just glad that it was over and that he won this fight. He feels he became famous after that. In the future, there should be no more problems. The competition was over, but as soon as he came out, he was immediately greeted by his friends. They were happy for him and sincerely congratulated Li Kang. They immediately realized that Li Kang was hiding something, or maybe it was Liang Kun's pill that helped so much. In any case, the young man's answer was that it had rained by chance. It was all the will of the sky. Li Chang didn't even think of revealing his secrets, and kept saying that he won thanks to the help of his elders. But the sisters didn't really believe it. Sakura wanted to have dinner, but Li Chang suggested they do it later. Right now, Li Chen was having a hard time as Mi Chen kept asking her questions and was extremely observant. She remembered the moment when he and Wang Qing were struck by lightning. But only he was hurt. So why was Li Qing okay? Even if he was putting up divine power defense, he should still have been greatly affected even with the power of the divine elemental path. So, how was he able to withstand such a powerful electrical charge? Mi Qian's sharp eye was giving Li Chang quite a bit of trouble. It was hard to get out of it, but you can't tell the truth either. The best way out he found was to say I don't know and talk about it later. Well, and of course run away. At home, he continued to ponder the subject. Could his body have withstood such a thunder and lightning discharge? He didn't really understand how it could be. The moment the lightning should have struck him, he simply transported the thunder and lightning to the divine realm. As for the realm, no one was supposed to know about it. Looks like in the future, he shouldn't let Senior Mi Chen reveal herself. But just because lightning and thunder had entered God's realm did not mean they were gone. What could be happening there right now? Li Chang was afraid to even check. But there's no escaping it. Sooner or later, you'd have to return to God's kingdom. The lightning was very good in this world. Because of it, there were huge cracks on the ground. And she herself was still rampaging through the air. But was there any chance of stopping her without injury? But along with that lightning, one could also make out a golden raven that was defending its home. The fight was so fast that you could see the individual colors. Li Cheng didn't even expect such valor. This bird was guarding this place at the cost of its life. In addition, Yang was also slightly hurt. Somehow Li Chang could decipher the meow and understand what the cat was telling him. The cat was trying to get its master to tame the electric shock. But he didn't know how to do that, except that you could seal thunder and lightning. Indeed, in the God realm, he had never used the dark thunderclap yet. As the saying goes, everything happens for the first time. Lee Chen had to try out a new technique, and surprisingly it was quite easy, and without any effort expended. That dark rolling thunder could not belong to the high-level thunder and lightning techniques. It reeked of cursed energy. It was completely different from Yuan Wanming's electric discharge. All the secrets came from the Red Spirit. All that remained was to learn as much as possible about it. Apparently, Li Qiang still managed to shorten the electric discharge with a dark roll of thunder. But would he be able to continue to raise his level further after everyone saw that he had absorbed such power? In any case, it doesn't matter. The main thing is to improve further. And if there are enemies, there will be enough strength to deal with him. 15 days have passed since that battle, with teachers promising students that after their first day of school, there would be additional resources for improvement. There were rumors that it was because of Li Kang, a student with special talent. He had only started classes 2 months ago and had already managed to defeat a sophomore. This guy exemplified the ideal protagonist of this international competition. The girls were enamored of him and were ready to chase after Li Kang. One of them already wanted to know where this guy was studying to get to know him better. It seemed like it was her chance, but alas. Li Qiang was in a hurry and didn't even pay attention to her, and pushed the poor thing. This was who he was in such a hurry to meet. Li Qiang was also a full 5 minutes late, keeping Mi Qian waiting. One could see that the older one was very angry, but was it really because the guy was late? Okay, anyway, the older one had agreed to help him, and that was already a good thing. 1 day ago, inside the God realm counted as 100 years. The peak accumulation was already almost 1,000 points. There was 1 point missing. At that time, he wondered if he should have broken through the boundaries and revealed his divine essence in front of people. Indeed, what was coming into God's realm from the real world was a great addition. But he didn't understand one thing. Why was there so much energy left here? The energy was literally in the air, and the God realm was not internalizing it, animals included. Li Chen's divinity also stopped at 999 points and didn't move any further. There seemed to be some kind of problem, and it was something that needed to be asked about. The elders. Li Kong said that he wanted to manifest his divine essence to level up, and he also wanted to know why his divinity had stopped and wasn't growing. Yu Ceng was completely confused and decided that she would connect Li Chen with Mi Qian since she knew better. On the way, Li Kong kept wondering why Mi Qian was angry. He only had 2 theories. 1, she was angry because Li Qiang was late. The second one was that she was angry because Li Qiang had called Senior Yu instead of her. To make up for it, Li Qiang offered to treat the girl to ice cream a little later, but she didn't seem to have time to talk. Mi Qian was more gloomy than a cloud, and it was better to be quieter than the grass right now. The divine power indices had increased to the point where the first stage of divine essence transformation had begun. This was what Mi Qian had brought the guy here for, with the hope that they would be accepted today. The guys got here just in time, only 1 seat left. Upon entering, they could see a completely dark room. This was the center of overcoming limits. It was created specifically so that divine travelers could increase their stats. Most divine travelers usually wandered aimlessly within their divinity, so transforming divine power was important. There was a conditional code of awakening initial stage, which up to 4,000 points. Each transformation of power occurred after the set of 3,000 points. Transformations were divided into 3 stages: initial, middle, up to 7,000 points, and final, up to 10,000 points. At each stage, new abilities were awakened. Upon entering the initial stage, the traveler would gain the ability to interact with nature. For example, Wang Qing had the ability to control not only artificially created water, but also to take water elements from nature. It's an ability that manifests during the initial stage of transformation. But my sister was too lazy to explain further. Li Qiang had to beg her and admit his guilt, saying how much more she had helped him compared to Yu Qiang. Besides, the young man was very anxious, and this could all affect Mi Qian's rest. The guy managed to persuade after all, and the girl was feeling better. She promised that they would talk about the other 2 stages later, but now they had to go over the limit. Li Qiang was very curious to know why, being filled with divine power, he couldn't overcome his limit. So, the essence of the breakthrough was the interaction of the divine forces of the ordinary man with the natural elements corresponding to him. For example, Li Qiang was a traveler of the water element, so his natural element was water. When he was in a watery area, nature interacted with the elements of water. But if he was in a desert where there was no water, nature had no opportunity to interact. Once upon a time, the school was supposed to gather students who were about to have a break through the limit, and send them to special locations to interact with nature. But now, with all this equipment, things were much more convenient. There was a companion of divine origin for this. It could penetrate the consciousness and create a connection between the essence of the traveler and nature. By the way, it was free of charge. The university's care for the students was top-notch. After all, they are wonderful people. But Lee Chen didn't think so. All of this was unfortunately not a concern. Senior management apparently set the price for all this social assistance. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, everyone was already assembled. In front of us was the new principal who was appointed by the education department, Lu Chuan. But he wasn't going to spread courteous phrases for long. To begin, he wanted to report that the meeting was at a high level, with a student taking part in the competition, which was held for the first time. Due to affairs of state administration, the Yin and Ho families were absent from this council. Everything that was said today will be conveyed to them later. The head of the Nun family first of all wanted to introduce Director Lu and Supervisor X. The two of them had previously served in the army and had accomplished many battlefield feats, so they could really be called very capable and promising young men. The heads promised to bring them up to speed, as they had just recently taken up their duties and had a heavy burden on their shoulders. The old men had been sitting in their seats for a long time and had a better understanding of the real situation inside the school. As they say, the truth is in mutual aid. Director Lu heard everyone and hurriedly spoke up himself. He truly recognized the heads of families present as noble elders of the divine path of the boundless sea. Their clans were mainly the support and an important part of the school. It was safe to say that the way the path of the boundless sea was now was entirely the merit of the honorable gentleman sitting here. In that case, one could come to the same conclusion. But before he could say which one, Lu loudly interrupted everyone. After all, they didn't discuss another important thing at today's meeting, which was the organization of the freshman competition. It would seem that this was just an ordinary selection among the newcomers. Such trivialities had already been organized beforehand. But Principal Lu thought that it was far from a small thing. Principal X even thought that the so-called competitions among freshmen were a bunch of crap. The competition couldn't bring out any real talent. It was just a stage that prepared a bunch of rich scum. The gentleman immediately became indignant at such a statement. After all, in the past 100 years, the divine path of the boundless sea had nurtured many talents. Moreover, they were previously ranked at the 300th place in the rankings, and now they were at the 100th place. Such remarks were very unfair. There were statistics to this answer. In the past 20 years, 80% of Hanhai University's top students had failed in the government distribution. The level of students didn't even reach the students of Langxian University, which was outside the top 500. This showed that the number of resources of the university was increasing, but the number of lowlifes raised here was also increasing, and most of these scum came from the Wang, Nong, Bai, and Wang family. These are the statistics. Superintendent X's words were a bit harsh, but it was all undeniable facts. The children of these gentlemen were nothing. The results of the freshman competition were used to calculate the social package that was allocated to each student for 4 years. The competition was also the starting point for talent selection, which is why it was necessary to pay attention to it. Principal Lu decided that the concept of the freshman competition would change from this year. And for starters, he wanted to cancel that simple, completely non-threatening test. He wanted a military-style selection process, using the toughest and most difficult methods. This was the only way to select the real talents, not the tricksters who took advantage of the general commotion for profit. With that, the meeting was over and the headmaster motioned to disperse. But lastly, in the future, the 6 higher clans would not have gratuitous provision. Allocation of benefits to all families, organizations, and individuals in the school will depend solely on their ability. Such changes have taken the masters by surprise. These binaries will be difficult for the masters to deal with. In recent years, border conflicts have become more and more frequent. The clan members who were unable to cope with their duties were exposed. The head of the Wang family believed that Lu had engaged in this transformation of the freshman competition to shuffle power. The head of the Nun family was expecting it. Director Lu wanted to use his power and thus solve the issue of resource allocation. In that case, the gentleman decided to call the most distinguished descendants, thus allowing the principal to see the world with new eyes. The system for overcoming the limit had already been activated. The characteristic properties of the divine essence would be analyzed soon. Various natural elements could have made the connection. Water was taken as an example. It was the main element of the lowest level. The number of basic natural elements indicated that the upper limit is even higher. The basic natural elements of the middle level is the sea, and the higher level is the planet Ocean. At this point, Lee Chen needs to close his eyes. Right now, the attribute analysis will happen. Lee Chen could now interact with the element in question. Our hero found himself in primordial chaos. From whatever angle he looked at it was very much like the first time he had envisioned his god's kingdom. He had already pondered this once before, but he still couldn't figure out what form his divine essence had. The textbook said that divinity corresponded to a certain element. Lee Chen's element could be considered to be primordial chaos, but he had never heard of such gods before. In addition, his electric discharge is caused by the red spirit, and the flame is merely an ability of the golden raven. In fact, what his divine essence corresponds to is the new divine path. But Lee Chen was not happy about this outcome, because a new divine path meant a new deity with new abilities. But now Lee Chen was only thinking about how to hide this news from the ruthless world of envious people. But I couldn't think about it for long either. I had to solve problems as they came. The more the barrier had been overcome, the more it was possible to go to the exit. From the looks of it, Lee Chen looked pretty good. You couldn't tell that something was wrong. Of course, the older one wanted to know what elements he was interacting with. She also wanted to find out if the younger one was a natural. There was nothing to be done, so he had to lie, but his lies became more and more convincing. In order not to arouse suspicion, he told about the storm clouds that had no end in sight. The potential to become a demigod was already there. Lee Chen realized that his natural data was at an average level. The stranger, on the other hand, was hesitant and believed it really was like that. Lee Chen wanted to continue her thought, but was startled by the suddenly appearing unfamiliar guy who acted as if they had known each other for a long time. In order not to continue scaring the interlocutors, the stranger introduced himself as Nun Ke. He was also a new student this year. Even Nong Ke recognized Lee Chen from the way he had defeated Wang Qing's brother. Our hero's fame spread very quickly. Besides, Nun Ke thought this fight was very cool, which he was not shy to say and show his sympathy in his own way. Lee Chen was completely embarrassed, and he did not understand such displays of sympathy. He seemed to like girls. And actually this reaction was cute on Nun Ke's part. What else was there to expect? Nong Ke definitely felt that they had a great compatibility, and hoped that Li Kong felt the same way. Therefore, he offered to be friends, and besides, Nong Ke was also strong. Nong Ke was a descendant of the Nun family, but even so, he was crazy. Lee Chen was clearly not one of those like him. Mi Qian had originally thought it was all amusing, but now it was strange. So I had to blow this psycho off and leave quickly. In order not to lose his possible other half, Nong Ke suddenly wanted to ask about something, but Li Kong was in a hurry, so he suggested to discuss it next time. Before Li Chang left, Nong Ke knew and didn't hesitate to say that Li Chang's divine essence wasn't really related to thunder and lightning. The jokes had stopped. Nun Ke knew of cases that there were of course black electrical discharges and other abnormalities, but he felt that Li Qian's divine essence was more strange. And Nong Ke trusted his premonitions as much as anyone, but he still wanted to consult his father. Nun Ke's father's name was Nun Kui. He was the head of the logistics and medicine department, and he also knew a lot of things. Li Chang now realized who he was dealing with. A son of the ruling families, just like Wang Qing. There are only outstanding personalities everywhere. Li Chang must dispel his suspicion. Li Chang was too embarrassed as Nong Ke had overestimated him. Just an ordinary disciple with the attribute of thunder and lightning. To know what he was capable of, Li Kang suggested comparing their strengths. Nong Ke was simply fascinated by Li Kang. Firstly, he really liked this guy's modesty, and secondly, he saw that Li Kang also liked to fight. Therefore, Nun Ke couldn't refuse the request for a duel. Li Chang's plan was to only use thunder and lightning, and afterward, pretend that Nong Chan was no match for him. It was quite possible that he would lose interest after that, but the plan wasn't working. Nong Ke was admiring Li Chang more and more, because he had just now seen how powerful Li Chang's electric discharge power was. No wonder he had defeated Wang Qing. The fight was still going on. Li Chang wanted to do a quality imitation so as not to arouse any suspicion. But still, Nun Ke was very strong, which meant the plan worked. This strength Li Chang himself appreciated it. For being only a freshman, Nong Ke was able to anticipate his action, which seemed impossible. Li Chang was pretty good in this fight as well. He was able to take a punch from Nong Ke without getting hurt. In such a case, Li Kang decided to do a desperate act. In this place, he wanted to experience the full power of the transformation of his divinity. Li Kang created a thunder element circle in the right proportions and was about to attack. Only this action had a different effect on Nun Ke. He began to doubt even more whether it was really a thunder attribute. To avoid getting hurt from such a blow, Noon-K decided to raise his resistance to elemental elements to 100%. And in the end, he really didn't get hurt thanks to the right decision. A punch of this level was like a tickle to Nong-K. Nong-Ke was excited and wanted to see something more exciting. And Li Kang in turn couldn't say no. He was ready to demonstrate his true electric discharge, his true divine ability. The discharge was indeed powerful and spread throughout the room, enveloping them both and bringing pain. Under these conditions, Noon-K was still holding on, which was surprising. But even if the stamina was high, Noon-K still felt the pain. Once Noon-K hugged his opponent, he couldn't use his strength. It was simply useless. When Nong-Ke let him go, Li Tong realized in flight that his body was paralyzed from the poison. Nong-Ke continued to attack, using his body functions to the fullest. Li Chang thought that it was already over for him because he couldn't move at all. Before continuing her attack, Senior Mi Chen's petals made a sort of barrier that would prevent the attack from coming true. Li Chang spat right on top of his senior. He was fine, but confused that Nong-Ke didn't attack again. The boys were brave for daring to break the school rules and pick a fight, which means that punishment will follow. It seems that this trio was indeed being watched by some deity, because afterward, the divine suppression began. From his father's stories, Noon-K could assume that this was the villain that Noon-K had heard of many times. The boys thought he wouldn't show his face again, but he made up his mind. It seemed that their fight was going to get them in trouble now, and Noon-K had a good guess as to who it was. Superintendent X now had to inflict corporal punishment on them so that they would remember it for a long time. What does this have to do with Mi Chen? Besides, wasn't corporal punishment of students a violation of school rules? And the superintendent himself was a projection. And if the superintendent was a projection, how would he physically punish? But thanks to scientific and technological progress, the superintendent could appear in any corner of the school. And now it was not a projection, but the real superintendent. Someone there asked about the punishment. Before it started, Mi Chen hurriedly apologized. After all, she had nothing to do with the fight and the chattering of the two. Li Cheng immediately recognized the teacher who had helped him earlier, and the superintendent himself immediately recognized the son of the Noon family. Nong-Ke, in turn, didn't miss the chance to mention that his father had mentioned Supervisor X to him. After all, Superintendent X was one of the heroes who guarded the border. The superintendent used to be a military man who served in the territory with the highest mortality rate. He was recently transferred to the university, but if it wasn't for these 6 clans, the superintendent wouldn't have been transferred to the boundless sea. Nong-Ke wanted to say something else, but the superintendent interrupted him. He didn't need to receive any more from the boy and demanded that the poison be removed from Li Kong's body immediately. How dare Nong-Ke even dare to abuse this divine ability? Nong-Ke only needed to touch Li Chen's hand. The guy used a poison that affected and changed the body's functions. This was one of his abilities. The poison could strengthen Nong-Ke or weaken his opponent. When used, one had to extract it in time. And if not extracted, the effects of the poison would last forever. In that case, Nong-Ke wanted to be the first to leave this meeting and sincerely apologized to Li Kang. As a freshman, Li Kang was able to defeat Wang Qing, which showed that Li Chang was talented. In addition, the thunder attribute really impressed Nong-Ke, and not only him, except that Nong-Ke doubted that with such strength, he would be able to win the freshman competition. When the time came, Nong-Ke would show Li Qian what real strength looked like. And the last thing Nong-Ke wanted to say was for Li Kong to remember his name. This guy was very strange, but Li Kong would never have thought that such a strong person would be among the new disciples. Li Cheng was satisfied with convincing Nong-Ke of his possession of the thunder attribute. But he wasn't happy that he had fallen for the provocation. Nong-Ke was definitely stronger than Li Cheng, but how much was hard to tell. Li Cheng promised that he would defeat him the next time they met. But the superintendent brought the boy down. He believed that Li Kong couldn't win, and it was empty dreams. Being ambitious was certainly not a bad thing, but Li Cheng didn't need to try to jump above his head. He still knew too little about this world. Namely, he didn't know about the children of the gods. Noon-Ke was a child of the gods. The children of the gods were understood to be the descendants of the first generation born by the gods themselves. They inherited the blood of the gods. Such children had special abilities. From birth, they were blessed by the world and were protected by the divine body from the moment they were born. Their blood relationship with the gods allowed them to inherit a part of their power. Their peers were like ants to them. In the world of the divine path, the greater your strength, the lower the probability of having a child. Just like the deities, the probability of having offspring was less than 1,000th. Of course, this also made them dissatisfied. Nong Ke must be a descendant of Nong with tree divinity. Ideally, he should have been in the divine path of Henan province or studying abroad in a prestigious school. Because of outstanding personalities like Nong Ke, the competition would become even more difficult, and Li Kang's status as the strongest freshman was shaken. Li Chang needed to be in the top 3 of the competition to receive the scholarship, and at the moment, there were still 2 of them, Zhao Sakura and Nong Ke. But it was a miscalculation. There were as many as 5 such talented people at this point. The descendants of the gods were indeed very powerful. At the same time, Li Chen didn't have much trouble, even though Nong Ke was much stronger than him. Even so, Li Chang still wouldn't stop trying and improving, although the teacher saw that it wasn't enough for the freshman competition. The world of divine paths is not a place where everything can be changed based only on one's own abilities. The world of divine paths is not a place where everything can be changed based on one's own abilities. The descendants of the gods enjoyed benefits from birth that Li Chen couldn't even dream of. He was a disciple from the middle of nowhere, with no money and no outside support. There were only 3 days left until the competition, and Li Kang wanted to spend them to try and catch up with these kids. The superintendent could certainly use some tact, and yet he didn't advise Li Chen to give up, but gave him a gift. But that wasn't all. In a few days, the superintendent would give Li Chen more resources to improve. But the superintendent also had his own condition. Li Chang must win first place in this year's freshman competition. In addition, this year's freshman competition will undergo a change. What place a student ranks in the competition will determine the amount of self-improvement resources he or she will receive in the future. It will establish itself for life. Li Chen doesn't need to work hard for today's resources. It's just a gift. But would it be possible for Li Chen to even rank first? In the event that he won first place, in addition to the promised resources, the superintendent would personally take Li Kang as his disciples. The teaching mechanism of the Divine Path universities was originally similar to the master's degree system. After the freshman competition, each student received their supervisor according to the characteristics of their divine path. And the supervisor was the best teacher of the university. But the superintendent was actually a new teacher, and even Senior Mi Qian didn't know how strong he was. It couldn't be said that he was a poser, after all. His battle honors were listed on the school's website. The headmaster could teach Li Kang things he had never even seen. For example, how to perfect 2 divine paths at once. It turns out that paired practice was possible. But in order to do so, Li Tsang needs to make the first effort. Li Seng now realized that he needed more resources. His goal remained unchanged. He definitely wanted to become a deity. There was a message in the box, +18. Exams were approaching. Li Chang would not have time to assimilate ordinary resources. There was a kind of disposable, fast-acting drug in the box. If it was some kind of elixir. But it was an injection. Li Tang hoped it wasn't something forbidden. Anyway, you should have tried it. It can't be any worse. After coming to the kingdom, Yang Yang continued to give birth to new animals. Little by little, life in the kingdom was getting better. Meanwhile, Liang Kun had managed to reach 200 points of divinity in these 2 months. He would now be able to control a small amount of earth element. Only his classmate Zhao Sakura was even stronger in her physical strength. But unfortunately, she still hasn't been able to awaken her divinity, and the competition will begin in 3 days. Suddenly, Liang Kun gave in to an unexpected impulse. At this moment, he supported Zhao Sakura more than ever with his belief that she would be able to awaken divinity. Liang Kun promised that he would help in this. The most important thing was that she would trust him. This year, the Boundless Sea University had a total of 100,000 new students, of which about 10,000 of them possessed divinity. The average number of divine power, 10 points. Among them, there were also 1,000 students who had excelled in the entrance exam. These students were allowed 2 months of early improvement in the academy, and their divinity over 150 points. Among these students, there were many who had increased their divinity level through hard work. For them, there was a ranking of the top 100 beginners. The 100th ranking was Liang Kun. To think that with such talents he was about to be able to become a deity. That was what he thought, until he heard the last 3 places. Gu Hasar was the 680th place. Feng Weishi was in 2nd place with 700 points. And the top ranking was Li Kang, with a divinity of 1,030 points. But don't be upset, this ranking was temporary. The main thing is to try harder. In addition, Fang Xie, Gu Hasar, and Zhao Sakura were called by the superintendent to the administrative wing of the building. Principal X personally met the students as he was in charge of the newly arrived students. He chose 2 of them because they had high point values. Gu Hasar possessed the attribute of the Dark Wolf Divine Pathfawn, while Fang Shi's attributes were unknown. These 3 were summoned as they were some of the most gifted students. The teacher hoped that the students would do their best at the competition in 3 days. For this purpose, the superintendent was ready to provide additional resources for self-improvement. Zhao Sakura felt terribly insecure. She had no divine essence, so why was she considered talented? But there was no answer. Something distracted him. They were gentlemen of distinguished families. They thought the new superintendent was a troublemaker, but it didn't matter. No matter how hard he tried, ordinary students couldn't be more outstanding than their descendants. 3 days later, Li Kang was trying to find out something from his senior Yu Kang. He was interested in the rookies' list of divine powers. Besides, he had never heard of the 2 rookies ranked 3rd and 2nd. They seemed to be students of outstanding ability. And in general, the advantage of such an enrollment forbidden was that in addition to the special benefits, there was the opportunity to improve in the academy for 2 months. Under such circumstances, the amount of points and strength skyrocketed. Immediately after enrollment, one could start secluded improvement. This competition was a simple test to assign the newcomers to their supervisors after classes started. Li Kang didn't need to worry. But there was a problem. He would no longer be able to improve in his room. Before he left, he should have contacted the school's administrative department. They would clean up the place. But would they find him? A little later, he received a message that the students were to come to a small spring near the south gate of the dormitory to gather. But there was no one here, except for one uncle. But that uncle was the teacher who was waiting for Li Kang. The number of freshmen ranged from 10,000 to 200,000. It was difficult to find such a huge area to accommodate them. Therefore, there was no one else but him. To participate in the competition, Li Qianyu further the golden ball. Thus he was entering the system and had to be transported instead of holding the competition. It was the school grounds where many students were crowded. The school grounds were indeed large. There was not long to wait. The competition would start soon. Someone decided to approach Li Tsang, accusing him of inattentively reading the memo about the first day of school. The stranger was kind enough to fill in the gaps in his knowledge. The school specifically bought this space to accommodate tens of thousands of students. All the necessary resources were developed here. This space was created for trials. The students were divine travelers and could accidentally harm ordinary people. Li Chen was grateful for this kind of explanation. Besides, the guy was willing to cover Li Kang during the competition. He wanted to still say that Li Kang could call him Big Brother, but looking closer, the student realized who he was dealing with and fancied himself as his younger brother, bowing respectfully to his older brother Li Qian. Junior Tianfu asked for permission to walk hand in hand with him for the duration of the competition. All this attracted the attention of the other students as well. They immediately noticed the strongest freshman in this stream. Li Kang hurriedly reassured his buddy. After all, he didn't even know anything about the competition. So how would Li Kang be able to cover for him? Each created for the reality competition was a small test. Students could divide into groups of 4 people and pass the test for verification. The higher the result of the group, the better teacher they would get after the distribution. Just Li Chang would be able to take Zhao Sakura and Liang Kun as well. Whatever the case, they admired Li Chang, so that was why they were so eager for him. There was a team of 4 people. Tianfu was accepted into the academy for his special ability, and was also ranked 97th in the rankings, with 205 points of divinity. Liang Kun also introduced himself and his companion. Senior Yu told them some details about last year's competition, so she advised the guys to find Li Kang and form a team. It would seem why she didn't say anything to Li Qian, but it seemed like the latter didn't ask. There was complete silence among the students. Principal Hailu congratulated everyone for entering the University of the Divine Way of the Boundless Sea. He was proud of the students who excelled on the battlefield in the entrance exam. However, Divine Path University was nurturing deities after all, and to nurture a deity, you need a lot of resources. Therefore, this year the Academy decided to make a transformation in the competition system. First, the degree of difficulty was increased in order to select the best of the best. And secondly, anyone who fails at the competition. Principal Lu strongly recommended going home right away. It was a complete transformation of the freshman competition. That's what was meant. People revolted. They did not understand why they were discouraged and were ready to file a complaint with the public education department and demanded their money back. The principal's methods were too harsh. In order to put pressure on the 6 noble families, He did not spare even ordinary students and dragged their grave. But no matter the level of difficulty, the head of the nun family thought it was all nonsense to his children. The students demanded an explanation as to what the principal meant. But he asked them to concentrate on the test and make the best of it. To prepare the students a little bit, Principal Lu suggested a warm-up before the exam for testing divinity with increasing load. It was a rhinestone test of divine power that exerted a strong pressure. Weather anomalies began, and huge faults in the earth were visible. All the students started asking for help and rescue. They were having a hard time holding on. Lee Chen didn't understand why others were taking so long. After all, a small level of divinity would be enough to resist. But divine suppression could attack not only by means of natural phenomena, but also by engaging the soul. If there is only cowardice in one's heart in the face of the deity, one's strength will be greatly influenced. With a powerful mind and abilities, a mature mental potential, one could gain immunity. Tianfu knew a lot, but he lacked the resources to resist it. Students who scored in the 300 range were going crazy. Through the violence, they tried to lift their bodies, completely forgetting that this was just a test of natural ability, and brute force would not help here. Zhao Sakura and Liang Kun also found it difficult, but still they had a goal and didn't want to give up. In the end, it was just a test of the mind and body. The traveler's goal is to become a deity. If Li Kang is afraid of the deity's power, how will he continue his journey? He had the natural data to become a deity, and his god realm was proof of that. He will definitely become a deity. The ordeal was inhumane. The university was not a place detached from reality. Students without divine powers could also enroll here, thus being given a chance to serve the deities. Anyway, if something unforeseen happened, all the blame would be on the principal. One way or another, they had a trump card up their sleeve. Any trial would be for nothing. The child of deity was ready to go abroad, but her parents asked her to stay. Was it really to play in this kindergarten? But someone liked it. The University of the Boundless Sea wasn't so bad. This was spoken by the man who suddenly lost in the rock-paper-scissors of his own shadow. But the girl was adamant. She didn't like this university at all, and she didn't want to study in such a lame place. The other children of the Wang family were completely helpless. Still, this family will have losses. Many sons of the nun family didn't have the ability to resist either. If the principal didn't make such a move, they could provide them with better resources. To think those relatives were really insignificant, they couldn't resist a simple divine power. But a few of the students still had some good skills. We had to wait until after the exam. Then we could see if we could get them closer to the dominant families. Meanwhile, Li Chang had managed to neutralize the headmaster's strength to 0. The pressure simply disappeared. This guy really did have quite a good natural talent. Nong Kui was convinced that his victory over Wang Qin was not just a fluke. He definitely needed to pay more attention to him. The headmaster also appreciated Li Qian's ability, but the trial was already over. Those who were able to stand on their feet had passed the small test of the competition, and were able to resist the power of the headmaster, which meant that they had a chance of getting a place among the deities. Now, Principal Lu was ready to announce the new rules for students in the Boundless Sea University. Those who did not pass the test must leave the university. Students who failed would have their tuition refunded. As for their academic status, they will return to the high school level so they can pack their bags and go home. Only the students continued to resent. After all, there were no such rules in Zhongzhou University. Why then was there such a thing going on in the Boundless? Could people without divine power just be thrown out like this? A student had 300 points of divinity, and could step onto this path, and just because he couldn't withstand the headmaster's power, he has to drop out. But didn't that prove that the student had no natural data to become a deity? The road of the divine path was dangerous, and success lay through the sacrifices of many. For the student, the best solution was to leave the university and enter the social one. The superintendent decided to call a law enforcement team to escort out the students who did not pass, or they could still leave on their own. At the snap of a finger, a law enforcement team immediately showed up near students who didn't fit the requirement. Tianfu was taken away, among other things, because he did not stand on his feet. His family took out a loan to buy him resources to improve. He gave up so much to come here. It would seem that one trial alone decided the fate of so many people. Wasn't that a hasty decision? The directors already wanted to move on to the first exam, but Li Chang wanted to ask a question. Li Chang only awakened his divinity before the university entrance exam. At that time, he had 100 points. He believed that there were a lot of people like him, and it took time for the talent to manifest. So he wanted to ask if it was right to judge a person by one failure? What a bastard! As a student, Li Kong dared to contradict the school authorities. The vice principal ordered him to be taken away immediately. But the principal stood up for him. Principal Lu agreed with what Li Kong was saying, but the young man needed to learn to see things from a better perspective. Among those who failed the tests, there were of course those, just as Li Kong had said, talents that had not yet manifested. But this was all a small part of it. Most of those who failed didn't have the natural data to become a deity, and for such students, the school would have to spend a lot of resources. And also the resources to improve. The headmaster couldn't afford to waste it. When the exam is over, Lee Chang will understand why the principal was doing all this. Right now, ineligible students should not delay the exam. The gods had the insight that the students didn't have yet. Because of that, the principal could tell that most of them wouldn't become deities. The gods had great power and could decide the fate of men, and they could not object. One small test eliminated so many people. Director Lu had high hopes for Lee Chen. This experience would help him understand the essence of the deity. This was his first step. This kind of condescension only frightened Lee Chen. It was comparable to saying, the emperor was so angry that he stacked millions of corpses. But the purpose of changing the training rules was to select future talents. The competition was to test whether each of them was fit to ascend to the world of the divine path. Would they be able to think like a deity and possess the power of a deity in a difficult moment? Therefore, the examination continued. Students had to use the movement balls in order to continue with the exam. One balloon will take them to the first exam location. Lei Tang was still very worried, but he hurriedly reassured himself. After all, this was just an exam, and he would definitely become a deity. He stood in the same spot, but a desk appeared in front of him, and soon he found himself in a classroom. It looked like the exam would be held in a regular classroom. The first examiner was the god of war and martial arts, Lun Wu. Now the main thing was to listen carefully and keep order. The rules of the exam were as follows. First of all, you had to pass a written exam, which was a test of your knowledge. No cheating or bullying of other students was allowed in the exam. Answers to the exam questions would be counted after the papers were handed in. But if the work was spoiled, it could be rewritten on a new sheet of paper. The exam questions tested general skills. The exam was considered a failure if the number of correct answers was less than 40%. Then the student would be disqualified. But what were these questions? How complicated were they? The first question was, prove Goldbach's hypothesis. This was one of the 3 most difficult mathematical problems of our time, and students need to solve it. But this was not the time to get discouraged. There were other questions to look at, and the second question was as follows. It was necessary to draw a picture, taking as the main theme a cow in a pasture. As for the style of the painting, they decided to go with cubism. Li Chang was completely disappointed. He had no idea how he would accomplish all these tasks. The exam itself lasted 90 minutes. Completing it seemed simply impossible in that time. Wasn't Chang the only one who wasn't confident in his abilities? But it was pleasing that the tasks were abstract, and besides, it was impossible to say that an excellent student would not have coped with them. Nun Qi had already called out to his boy and asked him to look to his left, though he made it clear here that he was pondering the task at hand. Did Nongke really think that Li Chang would help him cheat? But that's exactly what Nongke was counting on. Li Kong wanted to still sort out his assignment after all. If they teamed up, they would be disqualified if caught. But Li Tang didn't realize that this wasn't exactly an ordinary written exam. To explain this, Nunke asked the guy to look around him. It could be seen that everyone was using divine power. Li Kong had completely forgotten what the headmaster had said. One had to solve problems using divine thinking after all. This was an exam for divine travelers. Everyone is aware of the fact that the setting shaped thinking. In school thinking was formed. And when a person went out into society, the thinking that would be suitable for society was formed. In the world of deities, the same principle existed. A traveler could only further develop in this environment if he had a suitable train of thought. So-called living thinking is what diversity and consequentialism was all about. Ordinary people were not taught this, but Nongke was sure that Li Cang knew that there was a huge variety of divine beings in the deity world. Everyone knew about it. Most people imagining deities immediately thought of their exceptional strength. But in fact, not all deities had powerful fighting abilities. For example, the god of the pen and the god of poverty. Such gods have no fighting power at all. They could become deities if they grasped the essence. Only by concentrating on developing their best sides and discarding martial power could they achieve the status of gods. So, Nongke and Lee Sang were completely unprepared for the tasks that Lee Sang had been thinking so hard about. For example, a brain path traveler. The brain of this companion is very large, able to analyze and accumulate a lot of knowledge. Legend has it that the brain of the first brain path god was the size of a basketball court, or the divine traveler of painting. He painted pictures so well, it was as if the gods were helping him. Legend had it that the first painting wayfarer had created a continent out of nowhere, but it had been a long time in the world. The gods of painting had never appeared. He was the one who accomplished the assignment of the cow in the pasture. 40% of the questions are abstract. They were meant to be the kind of travelers who passed the exam. Lee Chen remembered the rules that the exam would be considered a failure if the number of correct answers was less than 40%, so it would only be enough to solve 60%. Lee Kang was smart, so Nunke liked to socialize with people like him. And there were a lot of simple questions with multiple choice answers. Each question had 26 answer choices, but you had to choose the most appropriate answers. This exam was too abstract, but it was possible to pass. All the answers lay on the surface, and Nunke was happy to help. Lee Kang was very grateful to him, but Nongke wanted to cheat with Lee Kang, and that was forbidden in the rules. But as for others, they cheated, and even paid money for it without worrying about the rules. In the end, they were caught by security. Because they were very careless in passing information, their status as examiners was revoked and they were disqualified. Idiots, of course, I can't say. No matter how they justified it, it was all in their faces. This guy also wanted to help someone cheat. He seemed to be digging his own hole, but his cheating skills were not the same as the previous students. He possessed the divine ability to transmit the brain's biocurrents, and there was no paperwork to be transmitted. The information was immediately transferred to the other person's brain. This one was cheated out of his cheek. It seems that the guards only caught those who used foolish methods to cheat, and those who used divinity were safe. Lee Chang continued to watch, his attention focused on the artist who was painting a new picture. And then he used his ability to do a pattern swap. That was just genius. And such observations helped Lee Chen think differently. The way of thinking should be like that of a divine traveler, because the rules in the deity world and the ordinary world are different. You really couldn't cheat on this exam, but only if it involved cheating using conventional methods. Which means that writing off using divine powers was perfectly permissible. Some cheated thanks to their hearing, listening to the pace of writing. This is how the correct answers were chosen. Other outstanding students used their keen eyesight. It was written by those who were better versed in a particular field. It was obvious Nongke was a descendant of the gods, but he was not like those offspring of rich parents like Wang Qing. On the contrary, he told Li Qiang many things. Li Qiang felt obliged to thank this man. But the wardens were watching too closely to help Nunke with his answers. He needed to think of something. And yet, even when students were clocked out, they still continued to cheat and help each other. Some students have gotten the idea to engrave cribs on the floor. Even a child could engrave the writing on the floor using divine power. These guys were disqualified. Finally, Li Chang also thought of his own way to help Nongke. Nongke started to feel an electric shock. He immediately realized that it was Morse code. Li Chang sent him electric shocks according to the rules of Morse code. Nongke could choose the correct answer based on the sensation in his body. He noticed that Zhao Sakura and Liang Kun were not doing well either, since they had known each other for a long time. Li Chang decided to help them too. Liang Kun could do it himself as always, and he didn't need Li Kang's help at all. But we believe that deep down, he is grateful. And there were still 20 minutes to go before the end of the exam. Li Chang thought that he still had a lot of time, but he didn't notice that time was running out so quickly. The exam was almost over, and the students continued to cheat and cheat. The guards were very attentive to the tricks used by ordinary students. With this level of practice, a student is not worthy to put on this guard's shoes. Basically, from Lun Wu's demeanor, it was already easy to tell which of these students was capable. But what interested him the most were the 4 descendants of the deities. One of them sat lazily at his desk and controlled his shadows, thanks to which he could cheat. The shadowy angle allowed him to effortlessly just cheat and not even think. The second girl, who was the child of a deity, enjoyed the spread of her illusion world. It was affecting everyone in the classroom. Li Chang even noticed that there was something amiss in his god realm. It seemed like this girl was one of the best, and must have been able to write all the questions herself. But she didn't care, because only some of the divine children and the teacher could notice her illusion. The girl was lazy, so she cheated, but she soon dispelled the illusion. After the illusion dissipated, Li Chang felt that unpleasant feeling disappeared, but what it was he didn't understand. The girl switched some students' work and they didn't even notice, nothing. On average, masters of the law enforcement squad had a transformation degree of 4,000 points, and sometimes 6th-year students were hired for this position. And this girl had managed to fool everyone. Her power was truly frightening. There wasn't much time left before the end of the first stage of the exam, so Lun Wu announced the last question of the first exam. One more assignment didn't make the already exhausted students very happy, but they couldn't get away from it. After all, this was the essence of the new rules of the competition. The time for solving the test was over. Everyone had to listen carefully to the rules of the final task. Fortunately, Lee Chen had managed to complete quite a few tasks. Doing one more wouldn't be so difficult. Besides, he would be able to send the answer to Liang Kun and Zhao Sakura using Morse code. But Zhao Sakura didn't understand at all what Li Chang meant back then, and she was already running out of time to do another task. The teacher paid special attention to this assignment. It seemed to be very important. Would Zhao Sakura still have a chance? Or maybe they'll lose hope. It all depends on how carefully they listen to the rules of engagement. Last year, students were not given the facilities to adapt to the campus. There was no pre-distribution in courses based on attribute. Only one test had to be passed. But now the new director has decided to change the rules, even though they are too complicated for newcomers. The gods themselves did not understand why it was necessary, but judging by the biographies of the director and the superintendent, they knew what they were doing, as they were military men and had served at the front, namely in the best border guard units. The two of them served every year on the border between the two worlds. It's the military unit with the highest mortality rate. But as far as school teaching was concerned, even the Earth God didn't understand why they would do that. So if it seemed like the competition was too tough this time around, perhaps in the director's opinion, it's not tough enough yet. They thought like the military. And to select talents, they would use the harshest methods. That was the new teaching methodology. The exam was still going on. Everyone was asked 2 questions. What is a deity, and what is a human being? These questions seemed simple, but it was the last task. In addition, the questions did not have a specific answer, and the examiner would decide whether the students had answered correctly or not. If students choose not to complete this assignment, then they will have the option to wait until next year's competition and try again to enter the academy. If they answer these questions, and Lunwu deems that answer incorrect, the student will be expelled.
Alas, those were the even though they seem delusional. Their students passed or failed. The test depended only on the teacher's mood.
But if a student was unsure of themselves, they could simply not do the assignment. They still had a chance to maintain eligibility to return to university the following year. But this is a decision that everyone has to make for themselves. Everyone should remember all the years of hard work. It would seem that this is just a competition among freshmen. Why on earth would teachers have the right to expel students? Li Sung didn't give up. Looking back, Liang Kun noticed that Zhao Sakura didn't give up either, no matter what it took. She wanted to become a divine wayfarer and would never give up. The first student finally made up his mind and decided to leave. He wanted to take a second chance and not be expelled now. Lun Wu offered another thought, but the other students kept refusing. 2 students were followed by another line of students. Others also decided not to take the exams. But Lun Wu wasn't going to accept these answers just yet, and gave them time to think about it, and once they all decided, they would call him over. Before the teacher walked out, Li Chang walked up. Lun Wu was surprised and already thought that the guy wanted to refuse, but Li Kong dared to answer first. Before Li Chang started to answer, the teacher reminded him that if he answered wrongly, he would be expelled. Lun Wu advised him to think again. If it was 6 months ago, when he was an ordinary disciple without divine powers, he probably would have refused. So many things had happened during this time. But it didn't matter now, because Li Kang had reasons why he just couldn't give up. Otherwise, how could he become worthy of the people who helped him? And how could he fulfill his promise to himself? Li Chang didn't want to waste his time. He decided to become stronger and stay on the divine path. Now it was he decided who would do the tasks should stand up. Such a speech excited many students. Everyone wanted to answer. As soon as everyone stood up, the exam was done, plus they moved to a different location. It was like a plot like in a manga. If the students have the strength and will to reach the end, it will be a success. The whole thing was a test of thinking skills. It was not the answers to the questions that mattered, but the choice to answer or not. Besides, before the exam started, the principal talked about it. When solving a problem, you have to think like a divine traveler. Illogical exam rules are an obstacle to becoming a deity, and students must apply the power given to them to overcome these obstacles. If someone skillfully used supernatural power, the examiners pretended not to notice it. After all, this was the university of the ways of the gods. The exam tested one's ability to use divine power. The next stage will be to test the traveler's thinking skills. Anyone who was expelled wouldn't even be able to handle even that and certainly couldn't become a deity. Lun Wu used the heart that the god of mechanisms had made for him. The divine path, as one could see, was much more brutal than it seemed. It was worth remembering this and thinking about the way forward. Lun Wu had survived after losing his heart. But what were the other gods capable of? Everyone who was here had already passed the exam, but the teacher was curious to hear Lee Chang's answer. What were deity and human? Man became a deity to protect other men. If God was man, man was God. Having the same origins, they complemented each other. But Shuishen thought this answer was completely ridiculous and became indignant, voicing his correct version. Being a deity was nature's choice. People who became gods chosen by the sky, they could not be equated with ordinary people long ago. Humanity is just a resource. They will sacrifice themselves if the deity needs it, to take hold of the energy of the world and use it, to create the highest influence, to become the supreme being. That is what divinity is. To awaken divinity is a gift. There were whispers in the crowd, for what was said seemed to be true. The opportunity to become divine travelers made people more godlike and chosen. Everyone had different opinions, so the teacher stopped the debate. After all, it was now time for the second exam. But there was something new. Everyone who passed the exam could get a gift from the university.